Well, as the old Spandau Ballet saying goes, gold, always believe in your soul. It's grand finals time, and that's exactly what all of these teams tonight are going to be going for. We've dressed for the occasion. I'm Relic. He's Gauger with the lovely Grissom on production. Guitargo managing to wrangle in all the players. And to be fair, actually, not much wrangling required. These players are ready to go.
They truly are, and I'm getting cozy. I hope you are too. The sweaters
Oh,
keep us
yes.
nice and warm because the weather outside may be getting frightful, but the flip
Oh.
resets are always delightful here at the NECC. It is grand finals time, best of sevens on the way, and these teams leaving everything and then some on the line to take home that trophy. Relic could not be more excited for the 5 matchups we have in store.
Let's take a look at the first 3 of those, shall we? Of course, those are going to be ones that we're covering. Zectech and Pyro J heading your way after, well, I guess several breaks in the meantime. But we start off, we can see Arkansas up against UAH, University of Alabama. We're also going to be covering the Ottawa Braves against Colorado College. Gold. Again, it's all the theming, isn't it? And Northwood Black taking on St. Clair Saints Academy. But let us focus in on this first match then. University of Arkansas up against the University of Alabama in Huntsville. Now, as you will see, is another trend going forward tonight, Galgan, and indeed everyone at home. A lot of first and second seeds ending up where you would certainly expect them to be in the grand finals. They were top and second from top in their respective conferences and leagues for good reason. But this is a bit of an anomaly out of those various matchups, Galgan, because when it comes to the league season, it's actually the second seed that has got a one-up on the first.
It is indeed. You look back to the week 3 results, and it is that University of Alabama in Huntsville who got the win in 4 games, mind you, of that best of 5. So they're able to get done, a bit faster than anticipated. Maybe get it done better than anticipated, considering Arkansas managed to nab that first seed from them. But you're right on it there. It is the 1 seed and the 2 seed in the grand final. They both make it through in their respective fashion. Interesting thing of note that we'll touch on, I'm sure, as this best of 7 progresses, is that Arkansas, for their quarterfinals and semifinals matchups, both of those series went the distance all the way to game 5 of a possible 5. So you expect this one to go the distance as well, given that UAH have the matchup history in their favor, but Arkansas like to drag it out.
It's the 9th of December. They've been playing 2 game 5 up until this point, but neither of those numbers are relevant. It's the one in between, number 7. That is a best of situation that all of these matches are going to feature. So rather than the regular 3 wins and then you win or then you're through, you got to get yourself 4 wins on the board. It could lead to some spicy scenarios. And speaking of spicy, let's take a little bit of a deep dive into these various teams and have a little chat about their chances overall. We look first at the University of Arkansas. You got yourself 4 players potentially on the board: Quicks, Sheeple, SpongeBob, and Vantage. It's going to be Quick, Sheeple, and Vantage, the 3 taking to the field for the first time tonight. Their record of 7-1, very impressive, Galgan, which does make that defeat to Alabama all the more poignant going into this series.
It stands out. I'm not sure whether or not it's a red herring. I guess we'll see as this series develops. But what stands out potentially more is that in that 7-1 record, 5 of those regular season wins are sweeps. That is strong. However, all of their previous 3 matches have gone to 5 games. This is a lot of talk about the past, and I'm sure that Arkansas are only looking forward into this best of 7, not really too caught up in what happened before then, leading up to this moment. But the point still stands. This is a very strong team. They're one and only loss, although against their future grand final opponent here. I'm sure that Quicks, Sheeple, and Vantage are playing with that chip on their shoulder. They are motivated to get this win over the line. You've got a nice span of grade ranges there, majors as well. You love to see it. They will surely bring the heat.
Very interesting to see how they do fare, though. Although their recent record is excellent, since that loss against Alabama, they've had 7 wins on the bounce, but their last 3 series all going to best of 5 the distance, not just in the quarterfinals and semifinals, but week 8 up against Florida Tech as well. Let's swipe on over to Alabama and take a little look at them in a bit more detail. Very strange season when you consider that they are second seed going into this. They have a loss, which is a forfeit, funnily enough, against Florida Tech. That was in week 6 of the league season. Of course, their other loss up against Lees McRae, that going to game number 5. They ultimately lost it. But they've also had a bye in the quarterfinals. UA Crimson, the 7 seeds, not turning up. So a a bye on that particular occasion, but they then faced Lee's McRae in the semifinals, beat them 3-1, a bit of a banishing of their own demons.
Yeah, that win, if you want to ask questions about the quarterfinal and getting that forfeit victory over the line, I feel like those questions are erased by the fact that they get that semifinal win, because we know how tricky those 2-3 matchups can be in a best of 5 in a single elimination playoff bracket. That can catch you off guard if you're not playing up to snuff there, and UAH pulled it over the line there here in the grand finals, much deservedly so. And I have to say, this is one of those rosters where we start to get into those higher tiers. I'm starting to personally recognize a couple of these players, and what I've seen from them in the bubble scene of, you know, the North American area of Rocket League players who are attempting these day 1, day 2 runs in the RLCS open qualifiers and whatnot. Really impressive stuff. I love seeing this conglomeration of these kinds of players at universities trying to take their skills in an RLCS standpoint, translate it to collegiate play, and potentially get some more success here against like-minded competition.
Evidently taking a little look at CRL as well. This really is, for a lot of these players, the founding place of what could be long, lengthy esports careers, whether it be as a player or otherwise. We head into then our first best of 7 of the night. Arkansas up against Alabama. It's a deep south derby, and it's one where the second seed, arguably based on recent form, based on the last time that they faced each other, could very well be the favorite.
But all of that past history could be wiped away with the results of this series. UAH taking to the blue side as they should. Arkansas not necessarily relegated to the gold, but repping it well, and early opportunities against them here. Certainly going to try and keep this ball moving. We'll see just how much leeway is granted here in game 1, how much stock you can invest in these sides in the early moments. That's a nice demolition, though. It sets up the open net, and you cannot miss those, even if you tried. UAH get the first.
All eyes on Taka, who goes immediately towards that far post. In the meantime, a demo on the far post, a Shadow Strike following up from that delivery system, and that's Alabama with an early lead.
Fantastic, and less than 40 seconds in as well. Gives them prime position here to continue this roll if they can. It's X to try and set something else up through the corner, but we slow things down just for a little bit here. The key factor will be how quickly these teams can drive towards the middle of the zone. I'm getting early inclinations that these sidewalls, these corners will be pivotal, but every team wants that shooting lane, that all-coveted spot right down Broadway, but not going to be given to free for Arkansas. They'll have to keep looking.
Yeah, a lot of wing play coming out from Alabama. And Alabama, wow, that was very posh of me, wasn't it? Arkansas on the other side, I think that they've already recognized the problems that might very well evolve from this sort of aggressive wing play style, and they have countered quite successfully. So now, as much as we saw a lot of Alabama possession as well as aggression, we see Arkansas starting to work their way back into the game. Still 3 minutes 30 left, plenty of time to find an equalizer.
Got to find the touches if they move forward. On defense as well, it will be Vantage for 1. Challenged early in the corner, though. X trying to disrupt the processes yet again here for Arkansas, and still not being allowed to take possession of the ball very cleanly in their own half, as Arkansas just scramble for any sort of clear, any relievance that they can give themselves up early for this one. But X with a nice challenge from high and far away, and Alabama continue this pressure from every angle. Another shot presents itself.
Beautiful.
Skates knocks another one in.
It's just a discombobulation of the defense. It's a missed touch there, which sets up X perfectly. Taka's got that strafing run, gets the bump. Skates arriving perfectly timed, straight on target, easy as you like. And, well, that equalizer is a little bit further away now, just shy of 3 minutes left on the clock, and that lead is doubled.
Work to be done, and Arkansas will try to get off on the right foot here sooner rather than later. But as we always love to say, plenty of time to make those adjustments. Rocket League, always a game of adjustments, and you anticipate it. You're waiting for it. Game 2, Game 3, we get deeper and deeper in, but Alabama, that might end up being their comfort zone if this sort of momentum continues here. Arkansas stuck in the corner once again. Not getting too many quality chances from there. The centers can come out all they like as long as they don't have a shooter. That'll still stay as a goose egg on their side.
Alabama's pace is hearty and it's deliberate. You can see once they're in their own half, even if there is a mistouch, even if there is a loose ball, there's always a mindset where you've got to turn around on a dime, get back into a position where you can save your teammates. It's not exactly chaos ball. It's not just trying to keep Arkansas out of their own half. It's just trying to keep the ball away from Arkansas, and they're doing that really successfully to this stage, and their transitions on top of that as well. This is one of the more unfortunate attempts that's kind of gone awry, but 9 times out of 10, they've looked so good and so threatening once they get into that final third.
And it almost tells me that this matchup is a bit more about direct counter than it is playing better Rocket League. Obviously, Alabama have a claim to playing some solid ball here. Oh, shot opportunity, just no power on it. Sent back center, though, and what a way to capitalize on the misplay earlier. Vantage gets one back.
The original shot that hits the post, you tell that's got to be a snapshot. You've got to go for it. Quicks could do a lot better, but well saved by his 2 teammates. Vantage, that's a difficult starting point to get up and adjust your car to get a shot on target with power to beat 2 in net as well. That's a really well worked goal. Gives Arkansas that bit of confidence, that lift that you require after going 2 goals down. Can they find a second? No, but Sheeple, you can see that immediately with the direct body language, that adaptation, that direct play that we were looking for from Arkansas. It's starting to come into effect.
You can tell sometimes with teams that go under that early deficit and scramble to try and find a goal, they find one in the most fluke-heavy way possible, to the point where it doesn't really matter that they found the goal and tried to stop the bleeding. They've still got so much more work to do. Arkansas really shone in that moment, however, and proved to everyone in this lobby and watching this series that this will be a closer affair than Alabama would like to paint it in their minds. We head towards the final 60 now, and Arkansas look renewed, trying to find this second.
Oh, nice transition. Shame that the shot wasn't on target. Now down the other end. Oh, Taka stepped up too far. Quicks is it on target? No. Wait, yes. Maybe no. Oh, my goodness. Who's going to take a shot fire? Wait, no way. What on earth happened there? The goal mouth was gaping. Excellent save from X, but they could have put it home, Arkansas. This by having 2 players in front of the ball.
And it's all in the standoff of the century that happens at the top of the box there. Nobody from Arkansas willing to lunge at that one just a bit further and send that shot home. They may end up paying for it here if they don't get a look better than that in the closing 15 seconds. Back wall here. It doesn't need to be on net. It just needs to stay away from Arkansas's possession. Vantage has a massive touch to make and does. That'll lend itself well to an upfield pass, but nobody really to receive it. Sheeple now racing, finding something, anything, a bump, a demo. Nothing comes through. 0 seconds, and a demolition on the other end sets up Alabama for the Game 1 victory.
My goodness me. Alabama, cool as a cucumber for maybe 4 minutes, I want to say, and then panic everywhere. I think that they're surprised that it didn't go to 2-2. I think Alabama is surprised that it didn't go to 2-2. I think that Arkansas and the audience are surprised that it didn't go to 2-2. Why didn't it go to 2-2? Well, it's because there was panic in the offense as well. A chance, it arrives, perhaps a little bit unexpected, but when you're working with seconds, not minutes, Galgan, sometimes those snapshot decisions, they don't arrive ever, and by the time that they have, then it's way too late.
And sometimes when that switch does inevitably flip in the middle of a game, you know, with that goal that Arkansas find to bring themselves one step closer, you're right on it. Everybody in the lobby gets a little skittish in what they're doing. So it's not always clear and concise how you find that step forward, because now everybody's stepping up the pace and the intensity, and you're instantly going back and forth in this chess match that Rocket League sometimes turns out to be, where one player breaks out, does something, another person responds, and now all of a sudden you've got all these different angles to calculate. It's closing in. You're in the final 60 seconds. You keep moving, and no quality opportunities come through again. So Arkansas, at the end of the day, they need to find quality chances earlier on in the game here. Can't leave it to those final moments. But you can't hate what they brought there at the end of game number 1. All they need to do is learn to control that momentum, control that pressure that they generated.
The issue is, though, Galgan, is that in that inter-game break, Alabama have now had a chance to analyze what happened in the final minute there and figure out something to go into game 2 with. And so Arkansas, the first minute here is so important. They cannot concede. They almost do, but for some heroic defense, some ball smushing against the bar. Nice demo here, actually moving up the pitch, Vantage. Catching the eye of 2. There's Sheeple, and there's your early goal. Arkansas ahead.
No matter what Alabama can bring into game 2 mentally, physically, it's the goal advantage here in game 2. Beautiful jump there from Sheeple. Tough read to make on that play. You've got so many people clumped up. You don't know if you want to commit those resources and spend so many attackers that far forward. Leave yourself open to a counter, but don't have to think about that when the ball's in the back of your opponent's net. Speaking of, Taka gets this one down off the challenge, off the ceiling in the back of the net.
He can't quite believe it, but the wool was most certainly pulled over his eye as Taka wins the kickoff, wins the second challenge. That goal is made by him and him alone. On the stroke of 4:20, UAH and UARC are tied up.
And that's the ball Arkansas is rolling down the hill, meeting an equally larger ball that is also stationary and completely stopped it in his tracks. That analogy kind of fell a bit faster than the ball would fall, but at this point in time, 1 minute to play, we're all square. It does feel like those actions sort of canceled each other out. I'm not sure whether either team really has any headway in this, but Arkansas are certainly getting more aggressive for show.
Unfortunate. There's a free shot here. That's a free net. Sheeple. That's going to be his second shot of the day. That's going to be his second goal of the day, and it's all thanks to Quicks. It's a soft touch off the backboard, not a waterfall pass necessarily, but it draws enough attention and it brings the ball far away enough from the net, whereas Sheeple is going to win the race to the ball, forces the final defender into a bit of an awkward position. Do you go for it? Do you not? And that's a really nice response from Arkansas, especially given the nature of how they conceded it in their own goal. Wait, okay. Wow. Deep breath, everyone.
I have a feeling we're going to have so many more of those moments in this series. Yet another one from up high on the back wall. Nearly the close double on the pancake there from X. Doesn't go to fall. And Alabama forced to retreat here. Still down by one. Could be two. Initial touch, though, turns out to be a pass. Now down to the center for Sheeple. They've got the lane open. There's a beautiful infield pass. And what a save. Right spot at the right time.
Oh, Skates is feeling lucky. Get your lotto ticket in now. Another pass infield. The aggression is unrelenting from Arkansas as, these crossfield passes from Arkansas. Beautiful. It's ping pong stuff, but they're finding their mark time and time again. UAH trying to find some sort of purchase further up the field here. Nice chip, but immediately onto that ball. Arkansas, they've learned all their lessons from game one.
The adjustments have been made. They're getting to this ball as quickly as possible, cutting off the lanes at every angle, and it's what you love to see. Fundamental Rocket League at its strongest here for the side of three. Beautiful demos as well. The exit from Quicks will open up something towards the top corner, but Skates putting on yet another defensive masterclass here, keeping Alabama close.
And a great doink forwards as well from X, just buying time for the team. Skates trying to get a dunk down the other side now as looking to clear their lines. UARC managed to do this successfully. Right back into the hands of Tucker. Navigates his way past one, past two. Sheeple's the last one back, but look at Quicks. A just singular touch on the ball that takes it away from Tucker. Although this has been recycled quite nicely. X, shot on target, and it's just a little too short.
Oh, they're incredibly close. Another opportunity here, and get out of the way. No quarter in your own box. Thank you very much. What a massive bump. Surely comes through in the replay. Vantage can only watch as Skates launches Quicks across the net. X into the back, and we're all square.
Skates, like Croatia before them, coming up clutch in the moment that they need it. Can't quite talk about the Netherlands. Sorry, folks out there in Rotterdam. We are with you in heart and in spirit and in mind, but it's all mental games now between these two as both sides have really turned up the wick in game number 2 to a piece. The scoreline, of course, back into the center, and here's Tucker again, scorer of the first goal for UAH, maker of the second goal for UAH. We're not able to go much further for UAH as X is forced to just go into this challenge. Not much forward momentum here for the blue team.
Arkansas really battening down the hatches here at the midfield line. Somebody could race to that, but instead it's Quicks. Can't come around in time. Sheeple touches that one, but a bit more of a concession. Vantage waiting right at that midfield spot, however, and that one might have been sent in. No, it is cleared away. Nearly the angle into the top corner on that own goal. Quicks is trying to defuse even more now as Arkansas continue to cook around this line. Vantage finally forced to retreat here. Backflip, a quick counter. It's not on target, but Alabama still looks scary.
It's a battle of the offenses because I'm not sure either defense quite knows what they're doing. By the time that the ball arrives in their third, they're like, oh, it's like trying to find the ingredients for a pie and then figuring out that you've got to go shopping. Oh, what a shot, what a save! And X cleans up the mess.
Oh, so many players flying in and out of the zone. Quickly, top bins. No, denied yet again. Alabama plucking so many opportunities from nearly inside. Those pixels creeping towards the latter stages of that goal line. 30 seconds to go. And a miss here opens a lane for Vantage, but it's closed just as quickly. Infield pass. Sheeple now too slow to get out to that one. X has a clear lane to the corner, but the resistance in Vantage is there to get a clear away down that midfield line. Taka back. X with the demo. Vantage all to do, no boost to get it done. X plays it slow, but Taka's not up in the air, and we're closing in on the final moments.
That was the first major mistake there from Vantage. Gets away with it because X didn't know what to do with the ball once he'd received it as a gift. It's not Christmas yet, but maybe there's a gift down the other end. No, lovely pass, no joy as we head into overtime for the first time tonight.
Settle in, everybody. It's only game 2. There is plenty more to go through, but Alabama could certainly try and expedite this process with a golden goal here in the second game of this best of 7. Arkansas not too concerned with trying to do anything crazy here. Keep up the intensity that they brought in the early stages of game 2. Get to the ball quickly. Don't allow Alabama to establish themselves in the passing lanes because you know that they are always a threat. The counters are there from Alabama. Arkansas have to get their faces, their car bodies in the way as early as possible.
There's no way that you can slow down from this pace, and my goodness me, they are not going to be able to play any faster than they are right now. Finally, a bit of a reprieve here. Lovely lift here from Sheeple. Moves up the pitch nicely, waiting for that 50 challenge. Doesn't get it. X, though, gets tied up between his own shoelaces effectively. Skates bails him out. The midfield challenge is met here by Vantage. Taka continues to drive forward. 100 boost for Sheeple. No, actually, it's Vantage who picks it up, though. Long shot down the other side. Easy enough for X here. Vantage up from the sidewall. Picks it up, slows it down, runs out of boost, not able to get the challenge here. It is end-to-end stuff between these two for UAH. What a massive game win this would be if they are able to find a shot. Here it is, and it's on target, X, and it's 2-0 UAH.
Right off of the inside of that near post, X launches it to the back wall. Beautiful jump from far and away, and everyone is on the ground. Nobody's up in time to get that one away. UAH, they get it done. Overtime, close the result here, game 2. Still a 2-game series lead, and at the end of the day, for all of the mental regaining here that Arkansas can do in the minute break, they're still down that 2-game deficit in this best of 7. It's starting to run away just a little bit here.
It's brutal, isn't it? They're not even slow starting, but they are finding so much joy in the final stages of these games. They just don't have the clinical edge to put Alabama away. And that is going to be very frustrating. That's certainly going to be playing on their minds. They're not backs against the wall just yet. Of course, since this is a best of 7, 2 more game wins required for Alabama to take the series and the conference championship. But you are starting to get worried if you're an Arkansas fan, because they threw the kitchen sink and the whole cabinet at their opponents, and they still couldn't get that dub.
And from the outsider's perspective here, going back to the point that this is a 1 seed versus 2 seed and Arkansas are that 1 seed team, how much can you buy into those past results given the fact that UAH here as the 2nd seed, one of their 2 losses on the season is a forfeit loss, and the other loss is against the 3rd seed who they ended up beating in the semifinals as an act of revenge. That is the series that arguably matters more. They get it done when it matters most, and now UAH are here against this Arkansas side that they beat in the regular season. They're currently beating in this series. They've got everything going from that mental factor to the point where Arkansas are asking themselves, is it enough for us to play solid fundamental Rocket League? How we kept saying, you know, get in the faces of Alabama, get to those challenges early, cut off those passing lanes. Is it enough? Or do Alabama just have that it factor here that allows them to find these opportunities regardless?
I think they've got better in-game management. I think what Arkansas are hoping for is that they burn themselves out at a certain point, and that their long game plan is what sees them through. A reminder that, sure, they lost to Alabama in the league season, but their recent results aren't exactly encouraging either. 3 best-of-5s gone the distance in a row. Yes, they won all 3 of them, but it does speak of a team that is used to conceding. It's certainly speaking of a team that's used to conceding games in a series, and Alabama just want to put them into the ground now before they're given a chance to really show what they're capable of.
And the bright spot at the end of the tunnel here for Arkansas is that these games are close affairs. It's not a complete blowout. The series score is the only thing that's heavily tilted in Alabama's favor. What a save indeed on the back foot there. Shadow opportunity. Now Vantage will go back the other side on the counter, trying to make a quick opportunity out of this. Plays it rather slow, and it's picked off by X. That'll be the end of Arkansas's push. One look is all they really get on that one. Surely going to have to ramp up that intensity. They want to see their way back in.
You know, Galgan, for all of the memeable defense that we've seen in this series so far, my goodness, have we been treated to some saves and halves. Wow, the quick strike reactions of some of these players. It does really make you think, my goodness, no wonder I couldn't get out of Diamond at this stage.
I could not agree more. And I honestly think in this series, Alabama specifically, their defense probably not only just faring well in this series, but I'd venture to make the argument that it got them through the entire regular season and put them in a position to take this grand final, because defense wins championships is what every coach will tell you. Offense, on the other hand, scores goals here for Alabama.
Goals win games. Simple maths. And once again, Alabama, they find themselves 1-0 up. It's been a close competitive game, and you said as much just a minute ago. But of that knife edge, 1 percentile is currently going the way of UAH, and mistakes like that from Quicks, a chance to have a shot on target, might have been saved irrespective, as there was already a defender on the way to the scene of the crime. But moments like that continue to go against Arkansas, and moments like that will continue to play on the minds of Arkansas. And once again, I have to reference that mental game, Galgan. It's not looking good for them. They really need not just a goal, but a go-ahead goal, I think, to just re-establish some confidence.
Those misses and those missed opportunities continue to build like grains of sand in an hourglass against you if you do not keep them under control and do your work to flip it back the other way. Give yourselves more time to come up with a solution. But time is what we always want more of and can never get enough of, both in Rocket League and in life. And Alabama certainly in control of both time and space right now. The all-knowing players on the pitch, as we are over halfway through game number 3 with no signs of Alabama slowing down. The challenges, everything, locking Arkansas back into their zone like we saw earlier on in game 2. But the key difference being Alabama have that lead on the scoreboard at the end of the game. That's all it's going to come down to.
Time is the fire in which we burn, and quite frankly, this Arkansas attack continues to somehow find a way to seep some smoke through the cracks to ultimately get some blaze, to get some heat onto the other side of the field. It's a close margins one for Sheeple, but only by way of someone else was going to tap it in if the ball didn't ultimately cross the line. That is a much needed goal. They desperately need that second, I maintain. Otherwise, Alabama still, with plenty of confidence and plenty of evidence to suggest that they'll go on to win a third in a row. Oh, as if almost on cue. Wow.
Wow. It goes back to the point, though. Quicks is running back with this 2-on-1. They can't score on that opportunity. Arkansas, in game number 1, had the opportunity where they scored their first goal, and it was a confident one, and you knew that that was the ticket in. They had to keep pushing that advantage. This time, the first goal is more of a sigh of relief for this Arkansas side, that they can keep pace. They can do it. Find these opportunities that will see their way into the back of the net against Alabama. But, like you said, they have to find the second, and they have to find the second quickly, because it feels like as long as we continue on here at this level heading, even if we head to extra time, the natural advantage does still feel like it lays with Alabama.
Yeah, there was just a couple of moments there where Arkansas are going for some wild pre-reads. We're talking untamed pre-reads, and that's a sign of desperation. A double commit, also a sign of desperation. Oh, it's a package delivery system to taka. 2-1.
High flying through the corner as well. Chaos ensues, and X, beautiful delivery right there. Quick's tough turn to make. Does not get enough of that nose on the ball, and UAH take a late lead.
45 seconds left, and Arkansas continue to sink. It is not a ship that's breaking in half. Let's not get that drastic, but it's certainly a bucket with many a hole in it, and continues to leak at a matter of knots. Out we go then to the far side. Oh, a miss there, a rare miss here from the UAH defense, but even as Quicks latched onto that ball, Taka there in the right place to get a challenge, wins a challenge. That shot's going to go wide, and that desperation continues to seep into the overall car body language here of Arkansas. Another drive forward, another challenge well met, and they keep on reloading the gun, but it keeps on misfiring.
Positioning has to be pivotal here for UAH as that one saved away from the top corner, but they may have done enough on the clear to get it through. Excellent time killing here from Alabama down into the ground. And we advance, Relic, to our first match point of the evening. Much, much faster than Arkansas would like to be here. However, Alabama 3 games on the run here looking for number 4.
It's much faster than I think the series deserves as well. This is not a sweep. These two teams should not be going one sweeping and one being swept. It doesn't compute in my brain because the quality of Rocket League on both sides has been spectacular. But we talk about that knife edge once again, and it is one team consistently on the right side of that edge. They are keeping it sharp. They are keeping it clinical. Notice how they're not exactly blowing out Arkansas, but they're getting the job done time and time and time again. Arkansas, now they are backs against the ropes. They're going to have to come out swinging in game number 4.
But at the end of the day, you mentioned it being on the knife's edge, right? As much as we don't want to think about this being a sweep, every single game, 1 goal difference. Game 2 going to overtime as well. You physically cannot get closer unless we went to extra time in all 3 games, which at one point in time we certainly could have, because there have been opportunities for Arkansas where if they find that goal, then we stay tied, we go to overtime. We mentioned the opportunities that go by the wayside, but that's the thing. Again, it will continue to build up here for Arkansas. Being on that knife's edge, they need to be the ones to hop over the fence themselves, because if they continue to find these opportunities that are just oh so close but don't find the goal, Alabama will have one better than they will at the end of the day, and they'll walk away with the win.
I'll be real with you. I think that the ending of game 3 was the worst sign yet. They were desperate, they were double committing, and it didn't look like they were going to get back into it immediately off the rip. Alabama laying siege, and the siege has broken the door down within 30 seconds.
It skates again. Who else from the corner as well? Plenty of time to turn, and look at that angle as well. Arguably one that maybe someone a bit farther back there for Arkansas would have been able to get to, but you're arguing semantics at that point. It's a beautiful turn and shot there from Skates in that dominus. Alabama, emphatic way to find their first, and another low dribbler here a couple of times. Taka does find the second across the line.
You can almost hear the collective sound of 3 controllers hitting the table and then palms meeting faces. How could you allow that one to go in? You have played a sensational series, so unlucky in certain regards to be 3-0 down. Of course, let us not discredit the amazing and excellent work consistently put in by Alabama, but of all goals, you let that one in? That one? Really? Oh, Arkansas, it continues to fall apart.
They've still got time. That's the hope that they're clinging on to here right now, that in this game 4, in this echo chamber of a single game of Rocket League, Alabama, though, they look stronger than ever. These offensive chances are all looking equally as threatening, which is to say that Arkansas have plenty of work on their plate defensively just to bring this one back out into some form of offense on their own. And time again, every single touch met, received well by someone on UAH. Finally, a clear attempt, high pop, but look who's already up in the air for it. It's X to knock it straight back down to where it came from, or so help me. Now back again goes Skates, trying to set up Taka. The shot not through, but the lane's still open.
Just a little bit too early. Just a little bit too early. But still, they're stealing the 100 boosts as well. They're mugging them, and then also taking all of their valuables. Like, hey, show us to your house, and we'll take what we like there as well. The domination field-wide from Alabama is at an all-time high. And Arkansas, I've gone from seeing a team that was talking and communicating and geeing each other up to a team that's not talking to each other, to a team that is feeling downtrodden, feeling downbeat. And I mean, finally, they have a bit of luck go their way. Unfortunate for that original shot not to go over the line, but you'll take a fortuitous ping out like that one. You're back within one. Time to start talking again, lads, because you're either going to go home with a whimper or you're going to potentially start one of the comebacks of the NECC season.
And this is the first step towards that comeback. They've got to find anything that they can. It's another opportunity as well on that one where they need to be scoring, and they do. So it's a bright spot here, but you're right on it. More work to be done. Put your head back down on the play, or keep your head up, eyes up, whatever you'd like to say. Common sports phrases here. Dive into my coach's playbook and reignite this Arkansas squad. Nice pinch on target. Plenty of players prepared, however, at that near post to save it away. Quicks has beat that to the backboard, nearly relevant for the second touch as well, but they've left a little bit of a gap. Taka goes over the top, cross all the way down the pitch, and Taka extends it again.
They ramped up the speed a little too quickly for their own good. I don't blame them for doing so, but you could just tell they were running out of boost a little too sharpishly for the good of that move, and it paid dividends for Alabama on the counter-attack, straight through the middle, threading themselves through players. 2 minutes still left, so not the end of the world for Arkansas, but one more goal going against them, and that might just be the knife in the throat.
And it's the idea that we brought up earlier on in the series where the pace of the lobby picks up and everybody gets a little skittish on every angle, so it goes for both sides. But that ends up probably benefiting Alabama the most because they can still maintain this level heading to the point where they will come out on top by 1 goal at every single game like they've done for the past 3. Now it's Arkansas scrambling to bring this one cross-field, using so many resources just to get it there. All 3 are stacked up in the corner, and this is where Alabama continue to press and show that aggression from. They're able to strip possession away, slow down Arkansas's push, and force them back to gain more pads as a result. So Arkansas, therefore, have less opportunities to go through, and more time gets burnt off the clock. This cycle keeps on continuing.
Well, that's a rare challenge win here. Sheeple right down the other end, got the 100 boost as well. Quicks backboard, Vantage waiting, but Taka good read. Sheeple completely misreads that one. Straight into the hands of Skates, that's on target. Actually, it's wide. Vantage didn't need to make the save, although it was well covered. Back into the center, X, oh my goodness! Wow, that almost went in. Sheeple, I don't think he knew much about that. Away it goes.
It's almost as if you're forced to watch. It doesn't possible.
Oh, it's gonna be!
Quicks has
It's
a
oh my
lane,
word!
and Taka, what a save across the net to get that one clear and away. Alabama look for an exit to their zone. They've got 2 strong, now 3. The full triangle has formed. Someone behind as well as Vantage has been granted no quarter here to get this clear. Denied from the pass upfield as well. Taka goes to the back wall one more time. Ooh! It's hit into the crossbar. Pass between Alabama, but they maintain possession for now into the final 20.
And once again, positioning, lack of boost, it comes to bite Arkansas in the gluteus maximus. They weren't able to capitalize on all 3 UAH players in their own half, and time is simply not on their side anymore. Vantage, it's a drive in vain. Sweet home, Alabama. The championship's coming home to you. The winners of the Southeast Challengers, it's Alabama Blue.
And who knows, maybe in an alternate reality, University of Alabama in Huntsville are at their computers for week 6. They grab that 1 seed and they make this a bit different of a bracket. But at the end of the day, this result so well deserved. I go back to my previous point about counterplay. This didn't necessarily feel like 2 teams playing standard Rocket League against each other and seeing who's better on the night of. This felt like Alabama had a clear and concise game plan. They understood what Arkansas were going to bring at them, and they executed well on that game plan all the way through. That's how they get this sweep here, regardless of how close the games were. A fantastic showing from that side.
Yeah, it was a rarity in that the seeding really didn't matter because all the evidence for who would win this series was stacked in Alabama's favor. Perhaps not to the extent that we saw out there on the pitch, and that's why massive commiserations to Arkansas, because you played your hearts out. We could all see that, and quite frankly, you don't deserve to go home swept, but that is sadly the result on the day. But plenty more results to determine as our grand finals evening continues to roll on from one anomaly to another. How about this? First seed up against 7th. Ottawa Braves Black. They're going up against Colorado College Gold. We'll see you then after this.
right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back, my friends, my fellows, to the NECC Grand Finals evening for Rocket League with myself, Relic, with Galgan, Guitargo, and Grissom on the backstage doing all of the wonderful things that makes this wonderful thing happen. What wonderful thing are we watching now? Well, we've got the Ottawa Braves Black going up against Colorado College Gold, and just before the break, Galgan, I said this one's a bit of an anomaly as well. How did Colorado get here? That is my question to you.
It's a good question. Honestly, they are the 7th seed in this group heading into our second match of the night. And looking at their history in the playoffs, I mean, obviously, by virtue of being the 7th seed, they go up against the 2nd seed there in the quarterfinals, that being Wayne State College. If you look back to Colorado's history, their week 1 matchup was against Wayne State, and they lost in 4 games. So what do Colorado do in response to that? Well, they beat Wayne State in 4 games. Then they play against CU Boulder. What did they do against CU Boulder? They lost in a forfeit. What did they do in response? Beat them in another 4-game series. Colorado Gold deserves to be here as the 7th seed, as crazy as that sounds.
They do deserve to be here. I don't think there should be anyone discrediting them, saying that they don't deserve to be here. But perhaps the correct way that we should be putting this is we most certainly didn't expect them to be here. To take out the 2nd and 3rd seeds when you yourself had a negative win-loss record in the league season, quite frankly, extraordinary. Is it enough to unsettle Ottawa Brave nerves, though, Galgan? Because their playoff record, pretty great. 3-1 up against RSU Red, although that said they were the 8th seed, so to drop a game, maybe a little bit underneath their expectations. And then again, dropping 2 games up against the Aggies, a game 5 required to get themselves through to the grand final. So maybe struggling in the playoffs, whereas you've got another team who's quite frankly just happy to be here and playing to the best of their abilities.
It's funny how those counter each other, though. You've got Ottawa Braves who, scrambling their way through the 8th seed and then the 4th seed, and then Colorado Gold. Sure, give us 2 and 3. We can take them down. Let's take a look at these teams while we're at it and get to acquaint ourselves with these players. Taking first to the Ottawa Braves Black, that number 1 seed, Christopher, Kami, and Setch taking to the pitch here, 1 sophomore, 2 freshmen. Interesting thing of note, which is a common theme between both these teams, but I'll touch on it here for Ottawa. Both of these teams like to score here. Of all of the games they have played in the playoffs, they have not gone a single individual game without scoring at least 1 goal. However, the same could be said about the last grand final that we watched, Relic, and we all know how that one went.
And it is interesting to note as well that a 7-1 record for Ottawa Braves Black, the only series that they lose was against the 2nd seed. So once again, great record, great consistency in league play. They did lose against a team directly underneath them in the seeding. More on that later. More on Colorado College. Now, let's get to know these guys. The team with the most upset potential across the entirety of the NECC Rocket League scene. I'm just going to put it out there. We got we got Slime the Lime, and we've got Moses. They've had a very up and down league season. In that they've lost to the Ottawa Braves. They lost to the best team in the league. Oh, well, they lost to Wayne State, 2nd best. They lost to Aggies, not Aggies, my apologies, but to a Boulder ACAD. That was through a forfeit. They've also won through a forfeit against Bethany Gold. They've been swept a total of 3 times, but then in their most recent league match, Galgan, and this is the one that I'm most interested in, they sweep RSU Red, 8th seeds going into the playoffs, who get a game off the top seeds in Ottawa Braves. To me, that says that something clicked in that game week, because if I'm looking at their previous form, RSU and Colorado College, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, Colorado College, probably the favorites going into this, but maybe in 4 games, maybe in 5. No, and they continue that form into the playoff bracket, if not exceeding it.
That's what it's all about when you get to the end of the season here, is convincing everybody that you deserve this spot. And that's why I mentioned, them deserving to be here, Colorado, because they are able to convince everyone else that they are here to play. It matters when you show up and how you are going to essentially stack your chips towards the end, because I feel like we have this conversation every time when it gets towards the beginning of the season. We're like, oh, get some play time for your substitutes, figure out your play style, get yourself ready for playoffs. Now, playoffs have hit, it, and Colorado College Gold, who have been holding all the cards the entire time, finally lay them out on the table and say, here you go, beat that when they're holding a royal flush. It seems inescapable for anyone who runs into their path. Wayne State falling in the quarterfinals, CU Boulder Academy falling in the semifinals, and now the Ottawa Braves Black in that scramble to get to the grand finals have a best of 7 against this Colorado College Gold side to see who takes home the championship, where either team, you know, these runs of form from both sides are really clashing head on.
Now, this really is a poisoned chalice in regards to what on earth do you predict for this? This is literally much like the Wildcat of Colorado College Gold. A cat rolling onto its back, oh so innocent, its belly so fluffy, surely it's got to be stroked, surely it's got to be loved and given attention, but then it can strike at you at any moment. You simply do not know when, if, or why. Colorado College Gold, the proverbial banana peel. Colorado College Gold with an early chance, and they managed to miss both of them.
Oh, 2 shots by the wayside. It's still the early moments here. They've got plenty more. They're turning around, and they keep being afforded these opportunities. But again, Colorado College coming into the series not having taken a single game off of the Ottawa Braves into that first matchup they had all the way back in week 2 of the regular season. Will the first, second, third, or fourth game come through?
What
the first goal is there, and Moses gets us out in front.
What is this team? What has happened to this team? Can we check the accounts? Can we run it back? It's like a episode of Scooby-Doo, but all of a sudden they've just taken off the masks and they're all handsome. They're all devilishly smiling. They've been hiding in their cave. They're out to play. And my goodness me, do we have a series on our hands?
I guess the point of relief here for Ottawa is that the pros surely would not be able to play from Rotterdam onto these servers. The ping would be way too much. So they know that the players in front of them at Colorado are tried, true, and tested. My goodness, a new form really showing up here. It's still early goings in the series. We cannot say definitively whether Colorado will come out in front on this one, but they've certainly shown early indications if there ever were any.
This is really the first venture forward for the Ottawa Braves. All comes to nothing. Good challenge, though. Set up here. Oh, and a demo as well. Chris. And yeah, that's going to be a good challenge, but Sazen, and not that one. We think it's Sech. Changed his name. Very, very annoying, because it's a different player, but it's the same player. We'll figure it out eventually, folks. It all comes to nothing. Not just wayward passes, poor touches. The passes from Colorado, so much more direct, with so much more venom. Another shot. Okay, it goes wide once again, but they're creating the opportunity. They are increasing the proverbial XG, Galgan, and they're well worth their 1-0 lead.
It is all in the threat of what could be here, and Colorado are doing very well by themselves to keep this pace and keep this intensity all the way through the play, into the shot, and the opportunity that follows. It's a great look here for Colorado early on, dictating the movement, the pace of this entire lobby, but doing so in a controlled fashion to the point where every possession they take results in 1, maybe 2 or 3 opportunities, and at the end of the day, that's all you could really ask for. Surely some of them hit the back of the target, or at least close enough here, as Colorado continue to push for more.
Slime the lime, bumped out the way. Here's Kami, also not that one, and also no, not that one either. Into the middle, oh, that was a nice pass, sets up Chris, bit too heavy shot, bit too heavy a shot, I should say. Ricochets off the crossbar, falls ultimately into the hands of the yellow team. Moses is going to go over his head, met by Kami, but straight into yellow hands once again. Sazen goes sideways. Maybe looking for a bump onto the backboard, and again, nothing really comes of it, but that 1-0 lead remains intact.
It does. Time continues to tick down. Ottawa, response necessary. Slime to line, broken out, though, away from the pack, and a massive jump from Sazen, but it's not enough. Moses comes through, notches the second.
And just look at this Slime the Lime drive. Wins the challenge. That is so unfortunate. Chris could not have been in a closer position to not get a touch on the ball. That's a 0-0 lead there for Colorado College Gold. And as things stand, Galgan, I don't see a way back into it for them. We could just talk about Ottawa Braves and how they've maybe just not come out the gates running here. Maybe finally a goal, but even that could not have gone any more sideways than it ended up doing.
However, we still see the attempt to recuperate. We saw that in the previous series as well. Now it's Ottawa's turn to try and get this one back into their control. A couple of misses and a quick turn will be necessary here of Kami to try and keep this one alive as time continues to tick down. Chris is up early. Chris has sent it to the bar, and a big save away from Ya to relieve some of that pressure for the time being. Ottawa forced to look again. Final 60 inbound, and granted, no real space here to keep that push going.
Moses and Kami on the sidewall. Moses runs down, and Moses wins the race up high for Colorado College to chase. Chris gets there first. Hits the backboard, but also hits the car of Ya. Well placed. Kami, another challenge. Straight to Moses. Bit of a scuffed touch, but it burns time all the same. Another challenge, goes neutral. There's Kami on the ball, onto the net, and they've got one on the board.
And here's the punish right here from Ottawa, because I was going to say there's nothing inherently fancy coming out from Colorado in this sequence. They're all fairly grounded. They're looking for control. It's what you expect from a team who's up too late into the game to try and park that bus defensively and keep things controlled. They're not allowed that, though. Ottawa's going to go over the top, look for the opportunities. It's Chris looking for another high-flying one as well. And what a way to tie us at 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ottawa Braves have entered the building. Chris 1v1 against Ya, sells him a beautiful dummy, sells him a beautiful story to tell, and that story ends in an equalizer for the Braves.
That is a massive touch to make. 30 seconds to play, and Ottawa's not done. Flying up yet again. Sison goes off the back wall. Follow-up shot from Kami. Sent up far too high, but it will waterfall back into the hands of Slime to Lime. Looking for a clear, but too many players colliding near the midfield line, and nobody finding the ball just yet. Kami's got a clear and a demo, looking for a second bump, but Slime sees his way on through. Chris goes back. 7 seconds to go now. Second touch, still centered. Moses will take away, try to get back. It's still on the ground. Can he get it up in time? No. Rolling into the corner and into extra time.
I was referencing Brazil-Croatia earlier. This a little bit more Netherlands-Argentina. 2-0 up, and for all of that field domination, we've ended up in OT. The Braves scrambling an overtime out of what was a dire situation. Some individual brilliance to help with that, but a double demo, massive power play here requires Chris to be on his feet once again. Lovely bit of cleanup work on the backboard, and it reaches the halfway line.
Got it out to the half, but can they keep it going, or are Colorado going to be able to march back? Double up on that jump. Try and get the ball clear away. Slime to Lime up early, and now Colorado's starting to get elevated on this play. They understand the importance of it. Yeah, for an early challenge here. Sent away by Sison there in the corner. Odd angle.
Good
Slime to Lime not there for the self-dish, but the threat is still looming. Yeah, trying to hit Moses in the center. Another challenge, and Ottawa cannot get this ball clear for the life of them. Too much verticality heading up towards their own back wall. They can't get any power behind the ball, and it's met every time by Colorado. Sison finally finds the way back out, but the patience does not quite pay off.
More importantly, the Ottawa Braves are defending a lot better, Gauga. Not to say that Colorado College was afforded freebies. They had to work very hard for their goals, but the defense was quite easy to cut open once they found that final incisive pass. This time around, you can see echoes of it there, but they are getting away with it. Doubt sown into the minds of Colorado Colleges. They just can't find that final touch to put this game away.
And they're looking for more control of this ball at the midfield, but it will be Chris to go all the way over. Switching sides now quickly. Sison to the corner. Popped up high. Moses will get the clear, and we launch this back and forth.
Chris takes his up, but doesn't find the second touch he was looking for, mostly because there was a challenge already there to meet him. Kami forward. Straight back to the midfield line. Met well. Moses, that's not exactly what he was looking for either, being penned into their own half once again. A miss from Moses. Nobody willing to get onto it. Nobody willing to rip that shot necessary to get the ball into the back of the net. It's 2v1, but Colorado College Gold survive.
Moses now back out through the corner. Colorado look for that breakout opportunity, but it's sent away. Over to the side. Control so hard to come by for both of these squads as Chris tries to find something more at the back wall. Now, has an opportunity for more of a carry, but the challenge is too primed and ready at that midfield line. Back and forth we go. Another block attempt, but Slime the Line finds a way through. Moses over the top, not fast enough. Yeah, slow. Now the window's open, all the way down, streaking for it. Sison doesn't get there in time.
Just needed that front flip. It's very bronze, it's very silver level, but just getting a touch on it would have taken it away from Slime to Lime, and as long as it was on target, then it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Slime to Lime again comes in clutch, this time to the side after what should have been a shot with a lot more power than required. 3 minutes of overtime have elapsed, and still no closer to finding that goal.
And it's only the first game of a best of 7 as well. Think about how long and arduous this battle will be if Ottawa don't find the opportunity there. Now, yeah, goes back the other way. Past size and still gets the shot off, and a save required. Chris plucks it from near the goal line. Now Ottawa have an opportunity on the other side, but back and forth we go. Opportunities abound. Only one shot at a time. You can't afford to miss here.
When you got Slime, you make Lime. Excellent clutch saves at the back line. It's a shot towards net, but was going wide anyway. Now it's time for Ottawa Braves to show some defense. Kami taking out the picture. Kami taking out the play. Yo with a double touch, but no Sison on the line. And then again, oh my goodness me, Captain Clutch Chris. And now a double commit. Roundy comes again. Yeah, goes far post. Too much mustard on that one. And up goes Slime to Lime. A bit too far forward. Should have left it for Moses.
There's absolutely no way, Relic. We've got to save some in the tank here. There's still a best of 7 to play, and yet these teams are fighting tooth and nail as if everything is on the line just in this first affair between them, as both sides vying. At the end of the day, this is only going to grant a 1-game lead in the series, but it means so much more than that mentally for these players, physically for these players, as Colorado continue to push through this corner. Monster pinch scares us all for only a brief second.
And all of this is meaning that the gameplay, although it's fast and furious in the final third, we're seeing deliberate anchor players staying in place to make sure that if there is a vacant touch, that it's not going to get away from them, that there isn't going to be a vicious counterattack in the making. Moses can't launch one of his own. That was a pretty weak clearance, to tell you the truth. Sison, oh, unlucky bounce goes wide. Luckily, of course, for Colorado College. Lovely bit of a dummy there from Slime to Lime. Drives forward, but once again, beaten out by Sison.
Yeah, goes back over. Left this one down to Sison, however. Looking for the clear. Ottawa stifled just a bit. Chris has enough pace at the near post to take it aside. Ya goes to the back wall looking for a bump. The lane might be open, but the top corner's not that free. Ya will take advantage, however, of the slow defensive play. Everyone out of position. The goal finally scored. Colorado gets the game.
2 full regulation games played in the space of game number 1, and add some change, the 19 seconds at the end there. But it is exactly like the Netherlands-Argentina, the team that lost a 2-0 lead, ultimately walk away with a win. But good Lord, did they have to work for it.
And I'm curious, honestly, how many more strays we can throw the way of the Netherlands here before this stream is up. But that point, we'll wait for a later moment. The massive point that I need to make here is all of this hype up that I was building to the fact that Colorado did not take a single game off of Ottawa in that regular season matchup. Now they've done it. The one game is done. They've gotten over the proverbial camel's hump right now, but we all know best of 7s are a marathon and not a sprint. That game itself may have felt like more of a marathon given the lengthy extra time that we just played, but there's still more on the horizon. There's still work to be done. You've still got to try and find a convincing lead early on and hold on to that all the way through, because both teams are going to be feeling shaky in that department. It probably wasn't the best feeling overtime to enter in the first place.
I think game 1 it honestly held more importance for the Ottawa Braves than it did Colorado College, because if you're the Ottawa Braves, you win game 1, you've already put a lot of doubts to bed. You are the number 1 seed for good reason. This is a team that is looking to upset not just the apple cart, but the entire convoy moving along the road. They haven't been able to do that in game number 1. Now it's crunch time. Colorado College, if they lose this one, Ottawa Blacks still have every reason to feel confident going into the rest of this series. However, if Colorado College win this one, then we really are looking at the upset on the cards.
You start hitting the panic button at a certain point. It's a different
Oh
threshold for
my
everybody, and
word.
I feel like that button may be getting uncovered sooner than we'd like to admit here, Relic, because
What a
Slime to
read.
Lime with an absolute robbery on the sidewall.
They're living on memes and dreams, and it's enough. It's a wave of optimism and happiness. What did I say before the series? They're just happy to be here. They have no right getting this good, but it's so evident to me that they've put the grind in, that they're working together, they're synergizing as well as they have done at any point across the fall season, and it's paying off and then some. Lovely infield pass here, but the ultimate shot for the Ottawa Braves, their first real look in front of net, goes wayward, and the counterattack immediate. Moses takes out one. Oh, lovely stop. No way. Wow. What a great bit of foresight. It just didn't end in the goal they were looking for.
They've still got chances, though. Y'all trying to pick possession here. Will be Moses to come through. Moses has been such a great heads-up offensive striker here for Colorado, and the rest of the squad rallying behind to find equal opportunities here. Man, this team looks fantastic. It truly is that perfect storm formulating right now, unfortunately, against Ottawa, who are that first seed coming into the playoffs, arguably on their regular season pedigree, but struggling to put away some opposition they would regularly be favored against, versus Colorado, who, like you said, they have nothing to lose here. They're playing to gain absolutely everything from this individual series, and it translates in their car language, their body language, everything in this game shows us that Colorado know why they are here.
Obi Black looking to wind up, but once again, the wind is broken by Colorado College. 3 minutes left to find themselves an equalizer. Around the corner, Slime to Lime misses. No, he doesn't. He was waiting for the second touch. Took a massive risk there. Once again went in his favor. Demo on the far side. Power play. And this, my goodness me, millimeters away from a 2-0.
It's been multiple players now from Colorado who have gotten up in that offensive zone, deep in the box, even when the shot's in there initially, and looking for the redirects. Moses now just being a pure terror in the face of the Ottawa defense, sent through the corner again by Slime to Line. Pop up, you've got Ya already jumping forward. At least a challenge is afforded. It does slightly fall in favor of Ottawa, but the point still stands. Colorado turning around. Now they've got 2 beat though, and Ya is there for the save. Follow up from Kami. Nothing else to be seen, and Ottawa gets stopped before they even get a look at the target.
Like a goalkeeper on the line, they're waiting for that earliest sign of what their opponents in these 1v1 duels is going to commit to. And because they're waiting, more often than not, even if they don't win the challenge, it ends up as a neutral, which will benefit Colorado College all day long. They're quite happy with that situation, but they won't be happy with this. They had to be worked there, double commit. And between Moses and Ya, they just about fish the ball out of a dangerous area. 1 minute 45 now. Time running out for the Braves.
That's one of the better looks, though, for Ottawa that we've seen in this series. Although the series has, in theory, been short, Ottawa taking a page out of Colorado's playbook there, playing forward on that lone attacker entering the zone, looking for the redirect. It is a very strong play because it can be hard to read from the defender's standpoint, but Colorado get the save away and the opportunity diminishes just like that. Now Colorado marching back the other way, but the key difference is this: they're holding on to the ball for an extended period of time. Even if they allow Ottawa the space to try and get it clear, it's met at the midfield line with resistance. These opportunities are just completely launched upon every goal line defender that Ottawa can throw at the opportunity, and they have to do everything in their power just to get the clear, let alone have resources for the follow-up shot here as Chris just played around. Sasha goes off the back. No goal at the end of the line.
Oh, so close to utter brilliance. And yet so far. But that is a huge challenge, and Sizen is going to get the rewards that he was looking for just seconds ago. Tie game.
We've seen a couple of these opportunities now where teams have just taken advantage of what was rightfully theirs just a couple seconds later than we anticipated them to. And it's good for Ottawa. It's their ticket in. 42 seconds left, threatening to send us to the second overtime in this series. So everything seems to be okay for Ottawa, clinging on to the hope that they have here, but some decisive it factor has to shine its way through, because otherwise we're headed to another heartbreaker of a Colorado overtime victory.
It's Colorado on the attack. Chris beats the best. Sizen, that's a bop over 1. But back in town already. Colorado, they've respawned. Infield, but lofted high and dealt with well by Colorado. Back into the middle. And they're all tucked up nicely, Colorado. They break out now. Maybe one final chance. Hits the backboard. Dangerous touch. Missed by Chris and missed by Moses. That's going top pocket, but well handled by Kami. Slime to Lime. Winds up to Moses. No, what a save once again. Will it hit the floor finally? Yes, it will. Second game, second OT.
Oh my goodness. You can't write a better story for this series thus far, and Slime to Lime gets this kickoff clean, so Colorado are going to be pushing for this one as early as possible. Moses does not get the handles on it, but you can't fault him for trying in that position. Sizen now going back the other way. Patience not really affording as much space as it did previously. Now 2 gone. It's a de facto 3-on-1. Sizen has to get relevant in this play because it's going to be a screamer from the corner. You've already got Moses up for the shot, but a beautiful early block. I believe that was from Sizen. Chris comes through now to get more, and Ottawa try to take possession back.
Slime to Lime has no fear. No fear. He throws himself into the challenge, and 9 times out of 10 he walks out on top. Yeah, that was a bit of a short sell there for the Ottawa Braves. No one really in command of that situation. That said, there's a nice pass down. Got to be cleaned up here. Slime to Lime does just that. Misses that second touch back into the middle. That's evaded everyone and their mothers, but still no shot on coming. Finally, we got a contact from Sizen, but too much power on the shot. It goes out.
Now, out to the midfield is Kami to come through. Haven't seen too much of Kami specifically in terms of the on-ball movement, but it's equally important what you're doing off, and Kami will be called into question yet again here, this time high up in the corner, delays the touch, trying to play it down. Nice. Demolition's coming through for Colorado, but it doesn't matter. The ball's gone the other way. That's an open lane opportunity.
Oh my goodness!
Beautiful read from Sizen, the hero of Game 2, gets Ottawa level.
It's so scuffed, though. If you're you're going to want this one back. Just it's a swipe rather than a hard hit. Misreads the trajectory and pace of the ball as it's coming back into their own D. That's unfortunate, I would say. That's real unfortunate. Savable situation. Ottawa Braves finally get that slice of, I mean, they've had a couple of slices of luck, let's be real. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to 2 overtimes in the first place. But a slice of luck which has sort of tipped their hat over into a much more favorable position. Now it's a tie series, but Colorado College still so threatening. And if this is how the series is going to give me more. All the way to Game 7, baby, please.
I was going to say, I'm inviting everybody to buckle in, because if you thought you were getting off of this ride anytime soon, there's absolutely no chance. Game 6, likely. Game 7 would be nice to see as well. And all overtimes as well. Sure, feed us more of this content, because these teams are going at each other. And yes, the mistakes are being made, but it's equally as exciting to see those mistakes being pounced on and scored. Sizen specifically playing very much so more far forward there for Ottawa in Game 2, reaping the benefits and the rewards that came from those mistakes that Colorado were making, because there weren't very many mistakes at all, but when they did happen, that's when you've got to be scoring if you're Ottawa. They get it over the line here in Game number 2, but I'm going to keep bringing up this point until it's relevant. One of these teams needs to show up here with a 2-goal, 3-goal differential victory and show that confidence before we get to overtime.
If there was one chink in the armor last game, if I'm looking at Colorado College, I'm looking at Moses. He missed a crucial challenge for the opening goal, and he missed an open goal near the end that could have avoided overtime. He's missed a sitter in the opening seconds here in Game number 1, and right down the other end go Ottawa Braves, and right into the goal mouth go the Ottawa Braves. Another Moses mistake, another huge punishment.
And you're almost speaking it into existence right here, which is a very rough shake of it for Colorado. Moses just not finding the ball. But at the same time, reminding everybody, that Rocket League is a team game and you do have teammates. Oh, yes. That's where you expect to see some other people on Colorado stepping up, trying to fill in those gaps. Because if the ticket for Colorado to win these games is going to be Moses having the absolute most peak game of his entire career in terms of what these Colorado players are performing at the level required in order to win this series, that's a problem, because Ottawa, all of a sudden, they shut down Moses, they get their ticket back into winning this grand final.
What a bump! Did you see that? The source from Sizen bumping Yar out the way. Oh, and it's pain. It's all pain, and even more so for the Ottawa Braves finally get it into the goal. Sizen with another one to add to his increasing tally. It all looked so wrong after all looking so right, and then it looked right again. Colorado College starting to slip up across the board now, and Ottawa Braves. This is as good as they've looked, at least in terms of the scoreline, Galgan.
It's beautiful how that works out, though, in Rocket League, right? Everything that's wrong rights itself eventually, usually through a bunch of more wrongs and, you know, the additive properties of how many wrongs you can combine together in order to form a right, even if that doesn't actually work out. It works wonders here. For Ottawa specifically, they'll be happy to take this 2-goal lead moving forward. Plenty of time left in Game 3, but something feels different. Something doesn't necessarily indicate that this is Game 1 or Game 2 anymore. Ottawa are trying to prove why they have that 1 seed behind them, and that honestly starts with picking apart small inconsistencies and gaps in the Colorado playstyle, which I gotta say, it's becoming a bit more apparent now that Ottawa know exactly what they are doing. Chris forces the defense to make the own goal.
You could see there Moses once again waiting for the call, probably didn't get it to go for the shot, and then in panic on the return, knowing that there's too light in the defense, potentially up against 2-3 of the Ottawa Braves offense. He's got to hit that somewhere. He hits it straight into the corner, avoids everyone except the one player that he didn't want it to fall to. Ottawa Braves getting inside the heads of Colorado College now, and that 3-0 lead, well worth it.
Quite honestly, coming out of the break, I'm feeling very much ask and I shall receive. There have been looks for Colorado, but this is a 3-0 lead right now with just less than 3 minutes to play. It's convincing. It's solid from Ottawa. They are finding opportunities to drive wedges through Colorado's playbook, make sure that they don't get the same setups they've had before, the same affordances that they've been looking at, but there it is. If you can't find those opportunities on your own, create them. Make those bumps happen. Give yourself the lane and get yourself the first goal.
Puff out chest, feel good moment for Moses there. Forget the fact that there was a player on the end to put that into the back of the net. It was made by him. Christopher had no say in that conversation, thanks to Moses. And if he had been starting to feel a little bit worried about his own performance, he can feel good in the knowledge that he has single-handedly brought his team back into contention. There's still half the game left to run, but they can't concede now. Surely to go 3 goals down yet again would be disastrous, but they have been able to deal with this particular drive.
It's tough here too, because going up into the air for these early jumps can often be a telltale sign of confidence for players of this skill level. Just that ability to go for anything and everything that comes their way, find the challenges as early as possible, but it could end up biting them if they commit too far to those opportunities. Nice clear though on the redirect out through the mid, and Ya will be afforded an opportunity to look for more, but back the other way goes Christopher to the back wall, double in tow, but it's sent wide and away to the corner.
If it was RLCS, you'd be really worried. But on this occasion, Christopher, excellent player as he is, but not good enough. The talent running out when he needed it most. 90 seconds remain, and a demo and a challenge mean that Colorado College left hanging in their own half, requiring the Cooks a pinch to at least buy themselves some time. Refilling the boost tanks. Sizen going on a little journey, going for a bit of walkies with the ball, but not particularly going forward. Finally, with an escape route in mind, not stopped by Ya. Is prevented from going any further by Moses. That's where Kami picks up the play. Up goes Ya once again. Fails to win the race. Christopher keeping it locked in the yellow half. Into the corner. And just burning time beautifully are Ottawa Braves. 60 seconds left.
That's all you can ask for from this Ottawa side right now. Take as much possession and as much time off the clock as you possibly can to move forward here and not allow Colorado to get any looks on the other side. This ball stalled out in the mid as well. Moses has control, but Sizen has an easy enough challenge. Ya has just launched it bottom corner, and all of a sudden we've got ourselves another game.
Yo, and once again, Moses, patience, lovely. On a tee for Ya, who rips it into the bottom pocket. 45 seconds for 1 goal. Stranger things have happened, Galgan.
Indeed, they have. Colorado, what are you going to bring to the table? What are you going to show us Now we'll take this step forward, or will it be an opportunity created by the hands of Ottawa themselves? Only time will tell. 30 seconds to play and still locked in the zone, but they had to grab possession and they've gotten the clear. Will fall right into the hands of Sison, who has that sidewall lane that he's liked so much, but Slime to Lime's coming back, bumps on the goal line as well, does not get past the near post as 2 commit for it, but now Moses goes back, sends a screamer up high, forces 2 into action as well. If they don't control this drop down, which Sison looks like he may have, but yeah, sends it wide into the corner now. Christopher trying to get this clear away. Yo with a strong challenge. The Christopher follow-up, though, is enough to block everybody coming through on Colorado's behalf. They carry the ball all the way down. Slime to Lime trying to keep this ball alive. Now Moses goes to the side while Moses and Ya together. Moses gets demoed and Ya doesn't have the ball. Ottawa get game 3.
The first time that we've seen Colorado College come from behind, and they looked pretty convincing doing so, Gowden. I think that's what's one of the most impressive parts of that performance to me is they were beaten into the ground. They were curb stomped, and yet somehow found a second wind. And again, we focus in on Moses, someone who had accrued a number of individual mistakes over 2-3 minutes of 2 games, and then was crucial in setting up the first goal and essential in setting up the second goal. And then once you've got that second goal, can you go on and find a winner? Well, lots of Ottawa Braves, they hold out just long enough, but had that game had another minute or 2 on top of it, maybe a third overtime in a row.
See, I love this point, and I really want to go with you on it, but at the end of the day, Ottawa won the game, right?
Yes,
they advanced with the series lead. And I think to bolster this, because I don't want to just say, ratio to everything that you just said, but to add on to that point, you mentioned how critical Moses was in both the opportunities that Colorado ended up conceding and the opportunities that Colorado ended up scoring. If Moses is the linchpin to this Colorado side, Ottawa has an easier ticket, in theory, towards winning this series, and that is to shut down Moses. If Moses doesn't have the game, then that makes Ottawa's job that much easier. If Moses is having the game, but you send 2 defenders Moses's way and nobody else from Colorado can finish the shot, that makes the job that much easier. Ottawa start to figure things out.
I don't believe
what
it.
a touch away. Somehow that is not our first goal.
I was about to say perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Well, you know what? I think you put it best, so I'm just going to regurgitate what you said. Karma in Rocket League works in very funny ways, and Ottawa Braves should have had a goal. They didn't, and now they do. 1-0.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll put it in the way that I also put it during the break, Christopher, with a solid ratio against all of the defenders there. I'm not going to lean on that one too heavily, but I am going to congratulate, for the time being, Ottawa for getting yet another early lead here. It's a solid stance. They look for 2, they find it. Kami's got everything to play for here.
So much confidence out the gates for one team, and so little confidence for another team. It's a carbon copy, really, of what we saw in the last game, where Colorado College are left like a turtle on its back, floundering at the air, hoping for someone else to help it. And Ottawa Braves are the team in control. Undoubtedly, they've sussed out Colorado College, but hold the phone, because I think someone's calling.
Ring, 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 ring. Oh, Colorado College goal. How nice to hear of you. Slime to Lime. Over the top. Sure, I could take some of that action. Far post okay with you? Yeah, sounds good to me. All right, 20 to 25 minutes. I'm ready for delivery here. Colorado, solid way to respond. Obviously, we'll wait for more. I don't think either team was going to get away that easily here, despite the fact that Ottawa have gotten 2 games on the back. Colorado are going to continue to push, because look at these opportunities. Young got another one. No boost, no problem. Top bins, but it is denied. Slime to Lime comes through, looking for yet another chance, but finally taken away by Ottawa.
Yeah, shame there as the Colorado College boost reserves finally ran out. The worst time, Carby steamroller. Oh, but look at that, an even bigger steamroller. It's Moses to the rescue, parting anyone in his way and saving the day off the line. Ottawa Black, they're back for more though. Hit the backboard with Kami. He's going to pick up on his own pass, but misses out on the 100 boost. It's loose. Ya takes it to the midfield line, helped on his way by Moses. Here's Christopher, up, hits the top of the box, but Slime to Lime, that's going to be his all day long. Keeps it low to the ground, wins a second challenge, but Sison, he's going to get beat to the punch as well. Ya with a second touch, but Sison does the turn, gets it onto the backboard, and OB Black bring it into the yellow half again.
And these moments in the series are the critical ones where rotations have to be respected, but it's almost what gets disrespected that gets you more ground. That double there from Colorado doesn't really gain them anything, and Ottawa now pushes back, trying to space out from each other and make sure that everybody is taking equal opportunity on this ball to get this shot through. Now it's Kami's turn, now back over. That actually landed right in front of Christopher for a waterfall down bottom corner, but Kami did not have the faith to rush to that one towards that bottom side. Tough luck, Ottawa could have gotten a goal out. Instead it will be Christopher out of the corner, does not have to read it, still falls to Sison anyway at the bottom corner on the opposite side. Now Kami has a look. Ottawa just can't keep sending this one back in front time and time again. Colorado putting themselves in some hot water.
Gorgeous bit of composure from Moses as well there. Could have very easily just sold himself a little bit short, but actually goes onto the backboard, waits for that committal, and ultimately is the linchpin, as we were talking about earlier, of getting Colorado College out of dodge. Still in a dangerous position though. Not just in terms of where they are positionally speaking, but on the scoreline as well. They still need to find one more Colorado to even up the scoreline, and that's just to get it to overtime in the first place. They've run out of boost once again. No longer. That's a double commit. Very strange scenario. It's 1v1. I'd certainly favor Yu in this position. Hits the backboard. There's Moses, but the shot too short and too wide.
We've seen doubles on both sides now. It is concerning. It always is, and it's what you almost expect to see as the defenses get a bit more skittish towards the end of best of sevens. I know we're only at game 4 right now, but the pressure is surely setting in. This is the grand final after all. Moses denied by a shrieking Christopher across the line. Absolute pace behind that save. Now going back the other way, high up in the corner, too high to make a shot out of, but it's sent down. 1, 2, 3. Slime to Lime takes it away, has everybody beat to rights. Now in the corner himself, looking for the center on the opposite side, and the counters are unfruitful on either side.
Kami, it's Japanese for God, and he's certainly been godlike on the line. So many excellent defensive clears and clutch saves to keep his team with an advantage to speak of. Sison now goes no further. There's Ya to the backboard. Colorado College pressing for this goal. Infield pass finds Moses, but Kami steps in yet again.
Close game to the bitter end here. Slime to Lime control on the backboard. Ripped apart into that corner. High up is Christopher trying to initiate yet again. But this Ottawa side, Kami turns back, looking for it again. Gets it past one, gets the challenge on the second, and it is a strong enough touch there on the collision to get it out to the midfield line. Moses goes back, not the best of touches, gets to the back wall, free though, opportunity towards that near side. Hits the bar and down. Jan and Moses are both up, now collide, trying to double, now looking for the back pass here, as you've got the third back. Slime to Lime hits the bar as well, and Colorado continue to search.
You gotta hit the net. You've got to hit the net if you want to score, and that might just be the clearance that sees Obi back into the lead. No, it goes high. Surely now. No, another save. Got to keep it in the air. Moses goes to the wall. Infield pass. Finds Slime to Lime. No way. It goes up. It goes down, and it hits the ground. Oh, you can't say that Colorado College tried, but they had their clear-cut chances. They did not take them. Braves onto match point.
It is always so painful to get to those final moments and think, oh, we were so close to the 0-second goal. We were so close to a goal with like 20 seconds to go. You obviously never want to leave it to those moments and think like, oh man, if only we just got it over the line, if only we had like 10 more seconds and we'd be able to find the goal. But it really was in that situation right there. And again, it comes down to the confidence of these Colorado players finding these touches that they need, because Ottawa have stepped up, and in a big way. They're getting in the face, establishing this pressure, making these clears come out. When you get that clear so deep into regulation with only 20 seconds left and you expect to keep possession, obviously it was a bit of a slip to allow that 0-second look at the end of the game, but it's still a game in Ottawa's favor. It's still match point in their favor. The skid still continues, and it has to stop for Colorado here, or it won't stop at all.
It's a very similar story, isn't it, to Alabama and Arkansas earlier. Alabama just kept on being one step ahead, and they couldn't get back at them, Arkansas. And really, it's a slightly different story in that we're just seeing Braves blow out the Colorado defense early on, enough so that they've got a margin to work with. If Colorado takes the lead, first and foremost, as they could do here, my goodness me, then maybe we're talking about a different face to the game. And that's really the objective now for both these two teams. It sounds simple. It sounds forehead, but scoring first has huge implications in the context of this series.
It really does. The word momentum is often thrown around too lightly, far too lightly for my taste, but it is a true phenomenon here, especially in Rocket League. Massive save from Sizen showing up early here. Christopher Demode will have grabbed that big boost, so maybe limited resources here for Ottawa, but they don't care. They've got the push all the way down and looking for a possession of their own.
Christopher, infield. Oh, well met by Moses. Kami immediately latches onto it, but a bit of a mistouch. And that's a massive mistouch. Moses all on his own. Hits the backboard rather than going for the shot. The drop-down shot following didn't get much purchase either. Both teams getting away with it for different reasons. But Colorado College looking to at least stabilize the ship. And for the moment, no early goals, Galgan. Nothing majorly dysfunctional to speak of in the defense. A better showing.
It's difficult to see some of those opportunities go by the wayside, though, those ones that get to the backboard but eventually get cleared out, because you're hoping to catch the defenders too far close to the goal line that they can't come off that line to get the save. They go for the challenge, they're too late to it, and ultimately that ends up being a good shot opportunity. Neither team have been able to capitalize just yet. It's still very early on here in game number 5, so plenty more chances, I'm sure, are inbound, but those looks off the back wall towards the middle of the field, that shooting lane that can be so difficult to break through, no matter what means you take to make it happen. You've got to take those opportunities every time they present themselves. Colorado trying to shove their way in front of every single save here and keep this ball clear of the corners.
Yeah, that defense was well stretched by the Braves, but Colorado College, they managed to ride it well enough. Infield pass, I say infield pass, outfield pass to Kami. Looking for the infield shot, comes to nothing once again. But these demos from Ottawa Braves, they are really disrupting the transitional play of Colorado College. Just when they think that they're getting some traction in the final third, they don't find it. Moses, that was very naive. And now he's in a bad position. That is not a good look if you're Moses. He has cost their team at 0-0.
If you're Sizen, on the other end, it's the best possible look. Midfield, open net can be one of the most stressful shots to take, but Sizen punches it home emphatically there, right in the middle, right down the gut, and Ottawa take the lead just about halfway through game number 5. Match point, championship point on the line for these Ottawa Braves if they bring this over the line in game 5.
Brutal. And you can tell that this means a lot to Colorado College! Moses with the instant redemption story. Yeah, by the way, let's mention how he broke a Rule 1 to go on a strafing run. Christopher misplaced. And that's how you tie yourself up again.
There's the regain. There it is. Let's wipe the slate clean, shall we? 2:18 to play, level heading for either side. Colorado still needing to break this 3-game streak against them. Show that decisive factor. That will bring it over the edge for this side. Yell with a nice challenge early on. They've got the numbers advantage moving forward, but not the ball as it's blocked away by Sizen. Now Christopher comes through, looking for more. High up in the corner, has firm control. Ya comes to break that up and ends up potentially centering it. Do we have another Rule 1 breaking out here? We potentially do. Between Christopher and Slime to Lime. Ya doesn't really care, but Sizen will get the save away, and we may be playing 2-on-2.
Sizen forward, as it does look to remain as a duo. Moses interferes. It's going to require one of the teammates to break this up. They're being left in the corner to their own devices. I don't really know who this favors, to be honest. We've not seen much in the way of 2v2, but that's how we're going to be for potentially the next 90 seconds if we don't find a breakthrough go-ahead goal. Moses, up to the sky he goes, leaves it actually for Ya. Smart, better position. Sizen with the read. Ya goes underneath him, and that is Colorado College with their first lead in 2 games.
They'll take it wherever they can get it. Ya with the early jump here, gets Sizen to bite on it, sends it far side and inside that post. I just have to comment on it while we had it there. I loved that the 2 players in the Rule 1 were also both in French kits as if they were both teammates themselves. But we'll move on from that moment, Relic. We've got just over 60 seconds to play, and Ottawa have a goal to find to take this series home.
Nerves of steel from Ya. 2v1. How about it, he says. 60 seconds and a demo infield from Slime to Lime. Oh, he misses the second touch. Ya was waiting to receive, but nothing arrived on his plate to chow on down. Moses manages to get a bit of this, actually. Sizen, good recovery, though, to get this to the midfield line. Yo with a bit of a mistouch. Looking for a strafing run was Kami. Christopher continues to drive forward. It goes to the far side, however. Time to line, beaten. Not going to beat Moses, however. Lovely stop on the backboard. And then going all the way back to square one, Sizen has to take it around the world to keep possession.
Yeah, that was Kami in the corner, just absolutely getting the ball launched right back at him with enough force to make it clear, and they had to recuperate. Now this one hits the mid. Slime to Lime comes through, gets a demo, actually, for his troubles. Christopher responds by taking Moses out of the equation, but Ya has gone for control, turning this one back to the midfield line, killing as much time off the clock as possible. Double commit required just to try and bring some force into the equation for the Ottawa Braves. Kami turning on this one, gets beat over the top by Slime to Lime, who finds the gap in between two. Now into the corner goes Sizen. 0 seconds on the clock. Moses can try and punch this one down. It is kept alive. Everybody from Ottawa is playing so close to each other, however, and Colorado have everything in front of them to knock this ball to the ground, send us to game 6 in this series. One last chance. Kami has to keep it alive. Sure does. Sizen has a look now with boost in the tank. Christopher's down the field. The challenge is already there, however, and Slime to Lime has sent it back to the corner. So now Kami can't do much else, and Colorado get the game over the line and send us to the 6th.
Oh man, I'm a happy boy. I'm a very happy boy. This is a series that will live long in the memory of NECC and just plain out collegiate Rocket League fans. Every single game is on tenterhooks. The atmosphere, the vibes, tantalizing in varying degrees. Is it nervy? Is it confident? Is it a little bit disgruntled? Is it frustrated? Is it enthusiastic? An emotional roller coaster. And Colorado College have bought tickets for the entire day because they continue this series. They grind out a win against all the odds. And now we're heading into game 6. Just one more to go. And we see Champions Field, game number 7.
Oh, Champions Field. It's looming on the horizon. It's always so tantalizing. I think what gives us a series like this as well is just the fact that both teams aren't necessarily trading the good and bad form in individual games. We're seeing moments of brilliance from both sides. In every individual game, you get that little spark from both teams. Whether or not that spark is enough to carry that win over the line is indicative of the series scoreline thus far. But neither team has truly looked downtrodden for a full 5 minutes in this series. That's how you get a series as close as this. That's how you get the threat of Game 7 looming here, and the thought, the hope and prayer that Colorado can take us there, but Ottawa Braves Black stand in the way.
Spot the car change. Christopher onto the Fennec. Maybe a bit of placebo effect, but surely you've got to have a bit of defensive effects because Slime to Lime had a free shot down by Sizen and Kami combined. Lovely bit of interplay there between Sizen and Kami, moving up the field as a duo. Shot away by Kami, goes wide. Sizen back in for more, on target, and helped into the net by Ya. Will be officially Sizen's, and OG opens us up.
Fair enough. Ottawa get the lead here. Sizen from the corner, launches one on, and the collision there, it was just the threat of what was coming through. I believe just looking for the redirect. Ya trying to get a save, get handles on that one, but it is sent into the back of the net. Not a moment that Colorado will want to look back on fondly here, but plenty of time to change their fate.
Kami looking for another shot, a near post. Moses caught out by the sheer velocity of it. Over 100 kph.
Beats 1, beats 2, an absolute screamer right there. That can be one of the toughest angles to read, I know from personal experience, and I don't want to be in the same position as Slime to Lime trying to make that save, but what a touch there. Ottawa, quick way to get your first 2 within the first minute of play. Colorado, everything to try and find, trying to corral this kickoff, but it's handed right on back. The passive play on defense here. They may be waiting a bit too long for this ball to be received because Ottawa only have eyes for the target.
We've gone back to Game 3, Game 4 vibes, and that Game 3, Game 4 vibe could have gotten to 3-0 vibes had that Christopher shot found its mark properly. What a doink forward requires another bit of late heroism here, and Colorado College can barely get their breaths in order. They're either demoed, or there's a shot coming towards their net, or there's an invasion, or there's a boost steal. Ottawa Braves want to put this one to bed.
You're right, though. We did see this story before. We saw Ottawa Braves getting out to that 3-0 lead early. Colorado had a bit of a comeback themselves in the late moments. It was not enough, and if the same should happen again here in Game 6, it will not be enough to get them the trophy. However, they've got to start the comeback sooner rather than later, and this may well be the third. The crossbar has something to say about it. Now goes Christopher. Kami is up as well. Plenty of players flying for the ball, but none able to hit it to the back of the net, and Colorado live to see that 2-goal deficit against them remain.
That was your let-off, Colorado. That was your tournament lives flashing before your very eyes. If there is another chance at that third, then that's it as far as this commentator is concerned. Yeah, looking for bodies. Doesn't find any. Round the corner. Chance! And there was the opportunity to get one back. Not necessarily squandered, but just too far out of their reach.
And they've gone and tried and cleared it back into Ottawa, who were 3 strong on the goal line. That just puts this possession back into contest between these two sides. As Slime to Lime, they're trying to get a hold of this ball, but the first touches are all too heavy. Ottawa are happy to receive it everywhere it goes. Moses now caught out and off the line. Christopher will have an angle to come back in. Sizen's on the goal line as well, and Ottawa are trying to run amok, try and defuse every single stance here that Colorado can put up defensively. It is Kami for the third for Ottawa.
That might be the wound too deep. That might be it. Slime to Lime too late. Kami already had his angle adjusted. He already had his shot in mind. 3 goals to find for Colorado College in 2 minutes and 4 seconds. You can count them, but it might not be enough either way. Slime to Lime towards the net. Wow! What a shot. What a save by Sizen. He's not going to be able to save that one, though. Oh, my word. Pixel perfect.
First step of 3. Ya has been launching these. Every player in this lobby has been launching from those corners because they've had to. They haven't had as many looks down the middle. They've had to get creative with these opportunities. Colorado shows you how it's done there. Still time on the clock. 2 goals to find. Again, we've seen this story before, but what's going to be different in this chapter?
Moses is going to get away with it. There were many endings to that sentence. We eventually arrived at the one which transpired. Miss. And Moses forced to go wide, run out of boost, run out of life. Demo for a demo as Ottawa Braves continue this attack. Met in the air, Sizen by Slime to Lime. Kami goes back, conservative, but goes forward and forced back again. Kind of misstepped here as he's missed the ball yet again, but gets a demo on the way out. Buying time for his team. 65 seconds remain.
Sizen clearing out from the sidewall. Possession looking to be locked up by Ottawa. Big clear back, though, and it'll force everybody into the open space, open corner. Ya has a shot opportunity. It's off the back wall. Moses and Slime both collide, but neither of them get the better of the touch, and they're forced to retreat, only for the time being. Moses comes through, has to try and dodge Slime, plus another leaving attacker there. Kami comes through, gets a demo, doesn't get the ball. However, 40 seconds now to go. Time continuing to tick, and Ottawa getting their hands, getting their cars on the ball at every conceivable angle here, shortening the time that Colorado have to score.
It's got to be in the next 10 seconds for me. If they want a genuine shot at this comeback, it's got to be now. But it's not. And it doesn't look like it's going to be anytime soon. Ottawa Braves doing everything within their power. They shot early, they scored early. They got their lead early. And from 1-0 down in the series, almost the impossible we thought could have been on. But it's not. The number 1 seeds are going to survive the upsetters. They beat the 2nd seed, they beat the 3rd seed. They're not going to beat the 1st. Ottawa Braves win the Challengers Heartland.
What a battle from start to finish. We are unfortunately denied that trip to Champions Field, however sweet it would have been for Game 7, but I still feel like we got quite the fantastic series. We kicked it off with an overtime that eclipsed regulation time itself, and then only continued to ramp up the intensity from there. Colorado proved why they deserve to be here. I keep that storyline going because it absolutely needed to be said. Fantastic showing of it. This series was certainly a proving ground for them, a limit test, if you will, rising to the occasion. But I go back to that point about the moments of brilliance, right? If we get more of them more consistently from Colorado, we go to Game 7, and maybe Colorado brings it over the line in Game 7 or even Game 6, but that's for a different day. Ottawa Braves Black, the 1 seed coming in, destined to lift that trophy, and lift that trophy they shall.
We have a number 2 seed on top. We have a number 1 seed on top. Well, one of those particular number are going to be added to as we have the number 1 seed up against the number 2 seed once again. A similar story to our first series of the day, where St. Clair Saints Academy do have one up over Northwood Black from the league season. But this is grand final day and anything can happen. We hope you will join us for that. It's coming up after this.
where you are. We're going to be wrestling one of them away from a voice chat. I will do so forcefully if I have to,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
get them into an interview. So we'll be right back.
And we are back, we are here, and we are live. We got Shrig to come on and give us a minute at a time after the match. Shrig, how are we feeling, sir?
Feeling really good. Start of the games, we were down 0-2. Nerves were really kicking in, called it early timeout. Like, not just me, but my teammates as well. Our nerves were really kicking in. So it took us a while to take a deep breath, but it's like like a surreal feeling right now. Just the accomplishment that we were able to get to come back. Yeah, it's my teammate in the background. Yeah, just a surreal feeling. Just feeling great as a whole. All the hard work we have done over the whole season, practicing, adjusting, and getting ready for this moment. I think we capitalized on it.
Undefeated season, it did not stop. Oh, here you go, Foof. I think we were about to say literally the same exact thing. I love it. I love it. Foof, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Foof. Sorry.
Out of hearing both of the brains working at the same time here, Shrek. Undefeated season, undefeated up until this point, and then you lose the first two games. You talk about it. Go down 0-2. How did you guys counteract that, and what got you back into the series?
Yeah, no, for sure. A lot of it was our nerves. Like, we were feeling a lot of, like, startled almost a lot of the time. Like, a lot of mistakes. Like, I had 2 own goals. Like, I think in the second game. And so it's just a nerves thing, just making sure that we were trying to stay calm. It took us a while, but we called our timeout after the second game. It really helped, like, us get it under control and kind of get back into the flow of, like, playing our own game and making sure we're playing at our own speed.
That was kind of my question here, like what exactly was the feeling like? So instead, I'll change the question. What were the comms looking like in that break after game 2?
Yeah, so it was just a lot of we had our coach with us. It was just a lot of settling us down. We could tell that he could tell that our nerves were off, and just the first 2 games is something that we, particularly as a team, never really played like. I feel like we were playing a little bit sloppy, just kind of miscommunication, misrotating. So a lot of it was just taking deep breaths, making sure that we're getting in the right mindset. And just because we're down 0-2 doesn't mean anything. It's just we play the game by game. And so just because we're down 0-2 doesn't let us affect us, and just making sure we get into the right mental space.
I gotta say, great stuff, Shrig. Any shout-outs you want to make before you go and celebrate this NECC championship?
Yes. I'd like to shout out my good 2 teammates, Snowman 2K and my boy Snowlex, for being with me the whole grind throughout the whole entire season, and our amazing, wonderful coach Goyo, who has helped us develop into the team that we are and getting us to like the NECC championship and winning it.
Love it. I love it. Shrig, once again, thank you for coming on and give us a minute of your time after the match. Congratulations on yet again an undefeated season that did not end in the did end in the grand finals, but didn't end in the loss. So 4-3 victory for you guys. Shrig, thank you again for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys very much.
Not a problem. Moving on next to what that is, Brescia and Defiance coming in here to play next, and we're going to have to get right on into this one, right?
It's gonna be a fun time. I've had a lot of fun preparing for a ton of games before Tugboat, but I'm just gonna put a stat out there that makes 0 sense. Okay, so you look at Brescia, right? Number 1 seed, 8-0, 24-2 in the season, right? Plus 94 goal differential. Then you look across the field. You look across the field at this Defiance College Yellow Jackets team, right? They're 23-4. They're 7-1. The only loss they had was to the team that we're playing right now, which was 5 games in week 1. They have a plus 109 goal differential. Both of these teams have it's been a 1-2 horse race this season for this division, and lo and behold, they have made it here. I have one more scary word I want to put out there. This Defiance College team, in 2 playoff games, 2 playoff series, mind you, have a plus 50 goal differential. In the playoffs alone, 5-0.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
And these are best of 7s, all right? So this is like a minimum of 8 games, but still, holy crap. Well,
no, those were best of 5s. They were best of 5s.
Oh, those are best of 5s. Wow.
Up until that point, and then a best of 7 here. Both of them went 3. It was 3-0, 3-0. Yes, this is happening. These 2 offenses are coming here. I don't know if the stream can hold off this offense.
Doubled, what is that? That's 6 games plus 50, so that's like 9 or something like that per plus. But hey, they have not played against a Defiance squad yet. This is the number 2 seed for a reason here, Foof. And taking a look at this Defiance squad, we're going to be seeing. We might want to have their rosters up right here, so take a look at look at these perhaps. But Kicked, Big Spence. Kicked, Big Spence, and Bishmams. Bishamam. That is Blake Bowman right here. That is the freshman sports management. And his interesting fact is that he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Just an appeal to the unknowledgement of the world. I don't know.
I gotta say,
I do not know.
I'm just. Well, I just want to throw some more numbers because it's always fun to look at a team, especially like this Yellow Jackets squad. 23-4, 7-1 in the season. Only team they lost to was Vespucci University in week 1 that went all 5. Then they dropped a singular game to UNA Gold in week 3 and have never looked back. We already talked about it.
Okay.
A stupid goal differential. They scored 147 times throughout 8 weeks. And that's insane. That is 5.5 goals per game, only giving up 1 a game. So playing high, flying high. But the scariest thing, I didn't even talk about this yet. We talked about it. Plus 50 goal differential in the playoffs, right? They're averaging giving up 0.3 goals a game in the playoffs.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
So a team that has a fantastic regular season and then continued the theme on here to the grand finals now. Once again, this is the Navigators Appalachian Division, right? Kind of like the middle of the United States of America. We just saw Pacific earlier in a Game 7 barn burner between GFU, that's George Fox University, and New Mexico State University. This best of 7 starting here in just a little bit, and I'm extremely excited for it. Let's take a look. Brescia right now.
Well, I gotta say, bringing up a fun team, Jug. You've got Lagaragu and KY Cats Jeffrey. Gotta say, I'm really excited. A nice peppering of ages. A freshman, a senior, and a junior. 2 old heads, and the youngin' to round it all out. But again, another undefeated team, another number 1 seed, another team, and another high-powered offense. I feel like those cartoons where it's like the 4th of July episode, and like the one character who's like the maniac is going to the fireworks stand, and you're just like, yep, there's a nuclear explosion about to go off. I feel like that's what I'm looking at here. Is these two offenses just look at each other.
It's like that devious teenager going under the tent flap with like a lit sparkler or something like that, where all the fireworks are held out. Yeah, like you know exactly what is going to happen. You guys just got yourselves a best of 7 barn burner. Well, better strap in, get ready, and prepare yourselves for another one. This is number 1 seed Brescia, number 2 seed Defiance, getting ready to do battle. Now, last time as well, I think you might have mentioned this, but this is a 3-2 game last time, right? A Game 5 series. It went all the way down. Now, let's take a look back at your beautiful casters and our predictions. I think that's what's being called for as of right now.
Well, I gotta say, my favorite thing about this is if you look at Brescia, right? You look at their season as a whole, 24-2, right? As in all the games they played, they dropped the first 2 games of the season, and then reverse swept that series and haven't lost since.
Wow, okay.
So, yes.
Wow, yeah, that's the only 2 games that Russia lost. Defiance dropped 1 game against UNA Gold. That was in week number 3. And still just an absolutely oppressive performance. These are 2 teams, 2 absolute juggernauts, but we'll see what happens when a rock meets a hard place. Brescia, let's Jub. I think that's probably my favorite name on this pitch right now.
Jub getting it done as he's able to get the first goal of this series, breaking the ice early, and Brescia up by 1, and they are trying not to let a repeat of what happened last time, not be forced into a reverse sweep scenario.
Back down bottom, Bishmam, right side, back down to center, pitch, almost Brescia with another one right here. Is now continue to be centered up, kicks, trying to get this one out. The foot or otherwise, that's a redirect, but Brescia right on the outside and a much better defensive clear on the second time.
Cena rising once again, but back into the corner we go. Defiance in the yellow, Brescia in the blue. They're still on the defensive side. Jeffrey watching for the midfield pass. Going to bounce back to him with a big clear. Getting it out to this midfield point. So now an opportunity. Defiance, though. The Yellow Jackets had a chance, but are unable to hold on to the possession. A long arcing clear towards the backward here. Jub there. He's got a goal in this game so far. A pass midfield, but it comes off the nose of the defender, so it's a bit awkward to deal with. Defiance, though, trying to be defiant in front of the net, unable to find one here.
Pelly? Question mark? Coming down to the end right here. That's how it's pronounced. And then out to the outside, Defiance, solid defensive clear, but the Cats Jeffrey. KY Cats Jeffrey, the Kentucky Cats, perhaps that's what it's supposed to mean. Now back to the middle, and Jeffrey, no! This cat can't bat that one in.
Opportunity arising, but unfortunately the Bearcats still only holding on to a 1-goal lead. You know, that is one of my favorite mascots in general, only behind the Blazers, which is a literal dragon. But Bearcats' awesome logo here. As Brescia putting more pressure on Defiance. Needs to be careful. It's just a dangerous push, but having the possession, having the control now to 1v1. Kicked past it here, but he's pushing it too far. Won the 1v1, but couldn't win the goal. And so it stands at a 1-0 affair still.
1-0 game right here is Brescia. Oh my goodness. I keep saying this wrong, aren't I? Brescia.
It's Brescia.
Brescia. Brescia. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Brescia. Gotcha. I will write that down. Halftime. Just a few seconds. Defiance looking to tie this one up.
Oh, still at that midway point, Defiance has had an opportunity or two. And that's a beautiful touch from Jump. Hello? The perfect dribble to just stay off of the ground, and the final touch from the spoiler. Exquisite.
Nicely done as Jub puts in the second. The only player in these two teams to have scored thus far. We're just past halftime, so Defiance still has plenty of time to bring this one back, though. Russia. That's what I'm getting tagged as.
I will die on this hill that was originally typed differently.
Yes, I think it was too. I think Patrick Reeves, awesome as he might be messing with us just a little bit.
We're getting trolled. You were right.
Well, they said the whole thing about like under pressure, like the Freddie Mercury stuff. Sorry guys, it's a mildly unique name, so we're not having fun with the name. We're having fun with ourselves being unable to pronounce the name. It's an important differential.
Well, again, we talked about it in game one. The English language is an absolute mockery of 3 languages wearing a trench coat, pretending to be one, like trying to sneak into a movie theater. But all that really matters is you have Brescia sitting up to the Bearcats, roaring ahead on this offensive play. Another touch midfield, controlling it is Defiance. The Yellow Jackets, they are stuck in the Hornets' nest, per se. And that's not what they do well. They're not very good at defending. They're all about attacking, going and getting things, and pushing the pressure on. Both of these teams, so offensively oriented. I don't know how much time they have spent on the defensive side.
1 minute, 15 seconds left on this one as Defiance looking to strike back. And I mean, if you're going to put up a 0-score game, if you're going to put up a donut, it's at least best to do it in the game number 1, I feel like. 60 seconds to go, kind of that classic 60-second drill. What do, Foof? What do?
I'll answer the same way I answered before. Your best. That's all you can do. It's now Defiance looking midfield. That's a beautiful play, but Isham, you got to be more aggressive, my friend. We need a little bit more aggressive push off the backboard. Obviously, that's a read from kicked, but that's what I'm talking about. As that midfield player, you need to be willing to step forward, but this is the pass from that player to the midfield, breaking it into a 1-point game.
There you go. Bring this one back to the brink here. In case you're just new to Rocket League, in 47 seconds, if this score remains the same, we will enter into a kind of mini overtime type situation, right? Ball cannot touch the ground, but one score can still be made in, but that might not be necessary as Defiance. Oof. Big oof right there. Right off the top bar and out. And now, there's going to be Brescia on the offense right here. Right side kicked is there. Sends this one flying down to the other side, but a big boost in the hand for Jub, excuse me. No!
That's there!
Defiance does it!
That is such a sensational touch from IQ for you as he's able to see his teammate, sneaks it behind the defender, tied up 2 goals in less than a minute, and Defiance standing in defiance of a 2-goal lead. Leads be darned, it's now tied.
Wow, yeah, so Brescia spends almost the... Brescia, yeah, I said that right. Man, I'm like literally like thinking about it so much. I'm like thinking I'm saying it wrong. My goodness. 3 seconds away from halftime is what I'm trying to say. Or not halftime. 3 seconds away from overtime.
Oh, that's going to be going back the other way. It's not enough. It's not enough.
Okay. Chill out, Foo. Come on, you're screaming too much.
Never. That is
Quite
why
literally
I
never,
have. That is why I've gotten this room around me so I can do such. And now it's another shot coming on Defiance, trying to with the dunk here. It's still on. Oh my God! Kill for you. Hello.
Wow. So Defiance spends most of this first game, most of this 5-minute game behind. Literally had a scoreless potential. Right? It was 2-0 for the vast majority, the big fat middle part of this game. Right? And then just to come back in every way, shape, and form, Defiance now 3-2 in game number 1. Crazy stuff.
I'm in shock and awe. 3 unanswered goals, all of which coming by team plays and then an immaculate solo play, reading and understanding where they need to be. Winning out in the end. And that's how we start game 1 of this series. We just had one go all the way to 7, and then this one is a breakneck pace. It looks like it's for sure going to be a 2-0 stomping and just kind of fully control and taking control as that number 1 seed. It's wrestled back, and we have a 1-0 series.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, again, you're gonna have a winner, you're gonna have a loser at the end of game number 1. But I gotta say, I wasn't 100% certain about that one. We were talking about predictions earlier. Do we have time for the Defiance College and Russia University predictions here? If you think, I don't think we're going to. I don't think we're going to. Yeah. We'll show the pictures later. The secret reveal. I'm hearing secret reveal from production chat. What are you thinking, Foof?
It's always a secret reveal. Just I am never been more artistically inclined, perhaps, than I have ever since I bought this whiteboard a week and a half ago. So
I like it, dude.
Had a lot of fun. Feeling good, feeling confident, but not as confident as Defiance is, as the number 2 seed, with a lead and with another big defensive stand here in the first 15 seconds in the opening rounds, perhaps, of game number 2. Another big dunk from Jub. He had both goals last game. He's demoed here as Bishamam rotating back. A beautiful play here on the defensive side, getting the demo, getting the clear. Now it's a chance here for Pelly, but he can't find the angle.
Pelly. Right there on the right side. Now a shot inside, and who else but Jub. Jub consisting of all of the offensive shots made in from Brush. I guess you could be conspiring, right?
His machinations laid and detected.
Yes, right.
Until the defense was
I think they're trying to beat us in Rocket League. I'm not sure though. I can't tell.
They're trying to outscore us. Make haste.
What wretched game do they play at?
Time boost coffers are empty.
My liege, our men are boosted. My goodness.
And steal theirs. Position the cars forward, set the midfield hand, and find the goal. But right now, both
are you saying an imaginary world that is dictated by trying to take control of resources? I think that's a little too on the nose here. I think that's a little too on the nose.
Have you never played the advanced ages of like Spore, where it becomes a resource-grabbing game? Come on, man.
Have you been alive in 2022? Again, maybe some statements, some statements a little bit wide here as we're getting away from the game. Excuse me. Fun stuff, Foof. Always enjoy doing this with you. 90 seconds into this one. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, having a great time. 90 in. Again, on the same page right now with you. Brescia on the same page, but perhaps in different books as they keep finding themselves at different points in time, but still connected enough.
Rough side. Jub. Again, got all 3 scores that Brescia has put up so far in the 7 minutes of gameplay. 5 in the first, or a little bit more than 5 in the first, I should say, right? A little bit of OT right there. Not a whole lot of OT. Still a couple minutes of OT earlier. And again, we did see 3 overtime games so far on broadcast, and we're just now starting or not just now starting, we're in halfway through of game 2 of the second series. That's 7s as well. Got a full 7 earlier, guys. You're just now joining. Honestly, I feel bad for you, because we've had High-Flying Rocket League going on broadcast here for you guys all day. NECC here for the championships. This is the Navigators Appalachia.
Quick, Tugboat, think of something cool to say. We only have like 5 more minutes left on a stream as well.
Oh.
We're currently residing on both as well.
Boobs. I don't know. I don't know. There you go, Defiance.
How Kick's gonna score? Well, that's a good read. Winning off of the touch here and kicking the door down, making it into the back of the net.
I love it. 2:22, talking about times. 1-1, though. It is tied up. Kicked. Right side, nicely picked up there from Pelly, with a question mark on the end. Pelly, now rotating back onto the left side. Big boost there, and a shot down bottom, but other Russia defenders are able to get to this one. Pelly, back on over to the right side. This should be picked up by Kicked, and does for just briefly, though. This should be set up decently well until Bishmam is given this one. That is almost a perfect tie-up. Third shot right here, but Bishmam actually got kind of tripped up over his own teammate.
I am still just recoiling from all of this. It's been whiplash, mental whiplash. This series has been offensive and defensive chances that have gone awry, and finding touch, but no, still 1-1, and it sits in an awkward spot. Big touch off the backboard here, trying to follow it up here. Double tap opportunity. We saw 2 big double taps on that first series. And for another one here, that is such a save coming out from the Brescia defender. Now, Jeffrey, not a lot of boost though, and again, we see a car with a chance, but using so much boost to follow it up. Another save coming through, and these teams bending but not breaking, looking like pretzels on the defensive end.
Yes. Maybe not quite as stiff, but 100% right here is twisted, and like you said, willing to bend but not break. 60 seconds left on this one. Tied up right here. It's on an overtime situation that went the way of Defiance there in game 1. And another low-scoring affair we have on our hands so far. Jub. Right side. Jub. Over to IQ for you, but IQ is beaten out there. Now he's sectioned out to the right side until Kick has a big defensive clear right here. Redirect across the middle. Defiance puts it up there, and Russia defenders force the hand as they try to bring this one back out.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
It is going to be super fun. We've got 2 bangers lined up for you tonight. And of course, it is grand finals day here in NECC Rocket League. We are going to see champions made today. I'm so excited to see it. Yeah, we've got some insane matchups, of course, coming up after this game. We've got a game in the Challengers division. There's some really awesome stories coming out of the Challengers Northeast division in that matchup between Lebanon Valley and Howard Community College. But before that, we do have a matchup between Fisher Varsity and Northwood White, 2 teams who, of course, have a ton of pull in the collegiate Rocket League community, 2 very highly ranked and well-respected teams that have faced each other time and time again over the course of this semester, both in NECC and in collegiate Rocket League CRL. And while Fisher had the higher overall placement in the CRL and in these playoffs, they are the number 1 seed going into today. Northwood White has had the advantage over Fisher over the course of this semester when they've gone to head-to-head. And when they have gone head-to-head, it has been Northwood beating Northwood beat Fisher in week 3 of NECC 3-2, and then in week 4 of CRL 3-1. So even though Fisher might be the higher ranked team overall, we've got a team that Fisher has historically really struggled with.
Yeah, there is a very long history between these teams, that's for sure, between CRL and NECC here. So it seems destined that they meet together here in the finals of this NEC, folks. So we have had quite the schedule already today. So if we want to check out what the games have been like so far, we already saw a win from the Ottawa Braves Black team versus Colorado Gold. Obviously, we've teed up the match today between Fisher and Northwood White, and later on we still got another finals match for you. That's Lebanon Valley and the HCC Dragons. But let's get to the teams. I think we want to talk about who we have today matching up. Let's get into the lineups themselves, starting with Fisher College Varsity, Sosa, Money, and Kinsey. Folks, if you're in the Rocket League scene, you know these names. They are professionals in their Rocket League repertoire. Sosa from the Pittsburgh Knights, Money from 26 Rising, Kinsey from Luminosity. Dividing, these are players that you know and you love.
You know and love them, and they have come together fantastically throughout this season. As I mentioned before, one of the top-rated teams in Collegiate Rocket League over the course of this season. I believe did end up qualifying for the overall national playoffs in CRL this year. So, this semester. So this is a team that has a lot of pull, and they are going to be coming in to this game trying to get their revenge on a team that they have honestly yet to beat, as far as I know, this semester.
Yeah, so we'll see if that revenge is taken or if this next team, Northwood White, will take them down as well. Same record in league play as Fisher College with a 6-1 record here. And we've got Pirates, Noxes, and Nitrous. You know dividing. They're ready for this match.
They are absolutely ready for this match. And even though it was a 6-1 overall record in the league play, their only loss was to a forfeit to, I believe it was St. Clair at the very end of the season. So technically, in all games that Northwood has actually shown up to this season, they have won so far in NECC. And especially after falling just one map short of advancing to that national championship in CRL, you know they're coming in hungry to prove themselves as really big national level contenders as we start gearing up for the spring semester.
Oh, yeah, that spring semester, it's going to be all about these teams coming back at it for those conferences. But today, it's the Northeast champions for NECC. The grand finals right here, best of 7 action is underway. We've got FC Varsity, Fisher College Varsity in the blue, and Northwood White in the yellow.
Yeah, a little bit confusing seeing Northwood White in the yellow, but colors aside, both teams getting underway right off the bat. You see immediately how well are these teams going to be playing together? How clean are their rotations going to be? These are teams that have been playing together for a long time. Teams have been playing against each other for a long time. I think they have had plenty of opportunities to learn and understand how they play, and immediately a scoring opportunity for Fisher goes off the crossbar.
Oh my, yeah, rotation, synergy, what have you. The shots themselves, you expect to be on target. Those ones just so close and threading along the goal line. But Fisher College Varsity, they know that's not going to be their only chance. Though, getting that one in right off the bat would have been a great tone setter.
Would have been a fantastic tone setter. Get a goal in the first 20 seconds of game one would be insane in a game that has as high stakes and as high skill ceilings as we see today. But with a minute left, we now see the ball kind of hanging around center field. Northwood, I think, is going to be looking for a bit of a push here, but the challenge from Fisher is able to get to the other side, and Sosa very nearly takes it in by themselves.
Well, and this is what I think Fisher College have to be very mindful about is these transition plays. They can be so explosive. I mean, you saw Sosa go all the way down the field from one side of the court to the other, just single-handedly. And so Northwood White, you got to have your head on a swivel a little bit. You got to expect these moments to happen at any time. Kinsey, by the way, looking for Sosa on the infield passing play. It is interrupted very nicely by Nitrous. Northwood White, they certainly are keeping their head on a swivel, trying to take away every shot that FC Varsity is putting on, and so far, they've succeeded in that.
Yeah, credit where credit is due. Northwood has played pretty solid defense so far. It seems like every time Fisher gets close to the goal, there's at least 2 Northwood members waiting to intercept any sort of shot attempt. But Northwood hasn't had much success so far on the Fisher side of the field, as once again, a very quick clear for Fisher gets it onto Northwood's side once again. They are forced on the back foot. A demo means there's a short window of opportunity here for Fisher, and that is going to be money with a dribbler. Gets it right past the defense.
Gonna be honest, Dividing, if this ball did not go in, I would refuse to believe that any of these shots would land. How often has that ball just walked its way along the goal line and not landed in? Finally, Fisher can see the fruits of their labor. They've got a goal down. Some tells me this could open the gates for more to flood in. Northwood White trying to drive a meteor down to the back of the net, but it won't land.
You can see the pressure that first goal put on the Northwood, because now all Fisher has to do is play defense, and that is a quick goal from Sosa there. Like you mentioned before, those transition plays, Northwood committed so hard onto the offense, onto the kickoff, and I think they weren't expecting Sosa to take it coast to coast so quick.
That's the impressive thing is, listen, those infield passes, they've been denied pretty well by Northwood White, but you can catch them off guard. Oh, you can see how explosive they are. Sosa again, hailing from the Pittsburgh Knights professionally. This is a team that made top 8 last regional. You cannot deny the caliber of play from a player like this, and we're seeing it come full-fledged in this game right here. Fisher College, great start to this game, and under 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a lot of pressure on the Northwood to get a ball in the net very quickly here. As we reach the 90-second warning here, Northwood has to put some sort of offensive push together in order to get themselves back into this game. As is right now, Fisher College doing a very good job of keeping the ball onto Northwood's side of the field for the most part, forcing Northwood to continue to play defense. At this point, a 3-0 advantage for Fisher would be almost impossible to dig yourself out of.
Yeah, I mean, they need 3 goals to win this game. They have 3 registered shots right now for Northwood White. They have got to get that number up, get those reps to increase in order to increase their chances of scoring. Maybe Knox is off the backboard, could do just that. Reads it off the waterfall straight into his hands and sends it in.
Beautiful play from Knox is there, right off the side of the wall. and is there to meet it as it drops straight down. Waterfall is a fantastic way to describe that shot, and all of a sudden Northwood right back into it. As you said, 3 shots so far in the game, 4th time's the charm.
4 times the charm, exactly. And I said 3 goals they needed, but hey, 1 left just to give themselves extra time in this game number 1. We all know how, even in a long series, getting that tone setter in the series, getting a win under your belt, how important it can be. So, Northwood White, 30 seconds left. Now is the time. 1 player eliminated from the stage. Pirates has to slot in, but Sosa gonna get a long clear. Down it goes once again, but Nitrous has the read, clears it away, but they're just clearing straight into Fisher College's hands again and again. They're guarding that half-court line, and unless Northwood White can break through, they're not going to be able to score. This could be their moment. Pirates drills it down. Noxus keeps the ball alive, but another demo on the field leaves Northwood White with the last opportunity. The ball, given another half second, would land in, but instead Fisher College steal the show.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. That ball was going, like you said, if there was another half second on the clock, that ball was going in. That was an insane last second effort from Northwood to try and take us into overtime. And having that not go in is a crusher for this Northwood White squad early on in this best of 7 series. You have to wonder what kind of impact that might have on this team as they try and reset and move forward for game 2.
I think what it tells for Northwood White is that, okay, we have motivation to move on and continue to make this a very back and forth competitive series, right? Again, like we said, that was so close to overtime, which is about as close, really as close as you can get here in Rocket League. Northwood White in general, I would say dividing or warming up to this series. We talked about the shot count difference. It was 8-3 when it was that 2-0 lead from Fisher College. I feel like the offense has started to amp up from Northwood White, and if it's only trending upwards, they're going to become more and more dangerous.
Yeah, but you've got to be careful not to get too aggressive with it, right? Because we saw multiple times in that game where Northwood would try and commit a little bit too much to the offense, and Fisher did a really great job of identifying when Northwood were leaving their side of the field open and then capitalizing on it with those insane transition plays. But here we go into game 2. Northwood White down 1-0, trying their best to equalize, but we are just starting a very long series.
Could be very long indeed. I think we both got that gut feeling about this match, and already it is validated by how just tight-knitted it was in game number 1. Oh my, you can tell those infield passes are still trying to slot in for Fisher, but that one just goes wide.
Just a little bit, but another shot, the waterfall, like you said, and Money is going to tap it in. I'm actually curious where that ball came in, because there were a couple of members from Northwood there, and I don't know. I don't know who that last person to get a touch was. If a member of Northwood might have bumped it in or not, but regardless, the result is an early lead in game 2 for Fisher. Once again, the pressure on Northwood continues to mount.
Yeah, I think we're talking about margins of a single grass blade on this field as to who was touching that ball at the last second. But that was basically the margins of how Fisher won game 1. Are you kidding me? So wait, hold on. Forget about everything I was talking about. Sosa with an insane double tap. You gotta be kidding me.
You can't keep doing this to him, Sosa. This player has completely taken over this match so far, and it feels like Northwood has no answer. 1 minute into the game. Keep this in mind, it took almost 3 minutes before we saw a goal in game 1. 2 goals from Fisher in the first minute of game 2.
I am just completely mind blown, and they won't stop now. Look at this. Again, Sosa trying to set up a double tap. It's impressive if you redirect that ball into the net. He redirected into a double tap. I'm sorry. I'm just still not over that play. But regardless, as the players have, we move on. Fisher College, they score 2. They're looking for more in the midfield. They are again trouncing Northwood White and meeting these touches with very quick challenges off the backboard. Nitrous trying to get a touch, will not find it. There is the next touch. Good read from Noxus off of the corner, but still it's not enough yet to get past Fisher, and yet was the keyword dividing.
What a nasty angle right there from Nitrous. You see 2 members of Fisher are ready and waiting for that shot. It was such a tight window, and the Northwood player just makes it fit right in there, and all of a sudden Northwood White are right back in this game. This was what it took them so long to get going on offense last time. The fact that they got a goal with 3 minutes still on the clock, Northwood's nowhere near out of this yet.
True, and that's why Fisher College, though they're so explosive offensively, they do have to second-guess defense because we've seen how Northwood White, as you mentioned, can get started very quickly after the demo. Nitrous is going to have some space here, so he's following the ball and looking for a reset as well. Not sure that extra dodge was earned, though, because the ball's taken off. Money could read this double tap. It's still saved. There, taken away by Pirates, and gives Northwood White another chance.
Northwood White with a fantastic midfield shot from Nitrous. Oh my goodness, these windows that these Northwood players are finding, weaving it between all members of Northwood, and they were just not quite there with a rotation, just a second late. And Northwood has tied this game up.
Dividing, it's at the point where I want to be a fly on the wall of these players' training packs. Like just when they're warming up, is it just top corner every time? The first goal that Money put on was right above Knox's and then right under the crossbar. And then we see both goals from Northwood White, as you said, threading the needle. It is taking precision, folks, to be at the top of this Champions Division of the Northeast. And Fisher College and Northwood White are exhibiting nothing else but that.
And that's what you gotta do when you're playing at such a high level. You're not going to get much out of these Fisher College and Northwood University teams. You're not going to get very many mistakes, and when you do, they are going to be marginal. You just got to figure out how to take advantage of what little you are given, and both these teams are doing a great job of just that, as Northwood launching another attack here, trying to get out of the corner, center the ball for a potential goal, but it's looking like it's going to sputter out here as the teams kind of get out of position, end up using all of their boosts, and there's the clear from Fisher.
And as Northwood White have managed to equalize, we get to that position where maybe neither team wants to risk it all for this next goal. They want to wait on that rare mistake that you mentioned, Dividing, that could raise its ugly head for either team. So far, synergy is what's found on the defenses there. It's a fantastic read on the defensive side to get that ball away, but then Knox is again just trying to poke and prod the defense, wait for them to crack. Another shot, maybe a pass is not connected on, but Knox is ready for this one. It's a fly ball straight into Fisher's hands, and it's back to the midfield.
We have reached the 1 minute warning, and now both teams have to try and look for that opportunity that I've been talking about. Teams have suddenly started to play a little more conservative. They don't want to be the one to give up that mistake, but at some point, you've got to go for it. You've got to commit to the attack. But it's not happening just yet. Both teams might be willing to just let this clock run right out here, as both teams just keep on bouncing around. The ball drifting towards Northwood's goal, but they are ready and waiting for the clear once again. As here comes a nice little shot. Again, just barely manages to save. Northwood doing a great job on the defense.
10 from OT. We're down to single digits. Can Fisher make one last effort? Off of the backboard again. Is the third man there? Bumped away, and the ball should plummet to the ground now, unless Northwood White want a chance at it as well. No, that's where we go indeed. Dividing, you say one team's got to make that risk, but maybe not. An indefinite amount of time on the clock now as we reach OT.
Yeah, both teams. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, Kinsey. I just completely forgot what I was saying. I was saying that both teams decided to play really conservative in that last minute of the game. I think both teams decided, you know what? We're just going to take the OT and take our chances there. And that is exactly what Fisher did. Came out so aggressive on that initial overtime kickoff, and Northwood just didn't have enough to stop the attack. Kinsey lands a finishing blow, and Fisher are up 2-0.
Yeah, just like that, up 2-0. We talked about the storied history of these teams as well. You know, Northwood having beaten this team once already, and twice, even if you consider other leagues. So it's been a storied past. So I think Fisher College very happy to take these couple of wins. And yeah, dividing, I feel like you talk about that set defense, right? It was so easy to do that as the last 2 minutes of gameplay happened. But once you reset again, once you get that kickoff to go, things are put in a barrel of chaos once again. And I guess before Northwood White could set themselves, Fisher College took advantage.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And it was such a risky play, too, because when you commit everyone up like that, if Northwood are able to get the clear, all of a sudden, like, you've used all of your boosts to go on the attack, and your goal is open. So that really would have opened the door for Northwood to be able to land the finishing blow. Luckily, the third man up, Kinsey, was able to get that final tap and land it in the goal. And yeah, like you said, Fisher getting up to a 2-0 lead against this team that has eluded them throughout the semester is absolutely massive. Match point is on the line here for Fisher if they can do it once again. Northwood has not made it easy, but they don't have any points on the match scoreboard so far.
All right, well, that tally on the scoreboard for Northwood White is very much something they want. Because having to do the upheaval of a full reverse sweep is going to be very difficult for this team to be able to do. A win here for them could be massive, but it's got to start off on the right foot here. Fisher College have scored the first two in games 1 and games 2. Maybe a first goal, first strike from Northwood White could set them straight.
Yeah, that's something they haven't done yet. Northwood has not scored first in either of the games so far, and when you are scored on first, you are forced to play a little bit more aggressively to try and get yourself back into the game, which may open up some more opportunities. I think Northwood being able to take the first goal in this game 3 would go a long way towards getting them back into this series. That being said, the defense of Fisher has held strong through the first minute.
Yeah, so far so good here. Now it is a flip reset, though, by Money taken away. There, Knox is trying to use that lead blocker and throw a quick shot on, but great evasive tactics there for Fisher College to be able to deny the bump and find the save. Always need your evasiveness at level 100 to pull off a play like that, and Fisher College, well, they stay resilient.
Yeah, there's a quick little demo as Fisher goes back onto the attack. But they're all back in this one right now, but Fisher has not given up on this attack quite yet. There is a fantastic clear, and all of a sudden the field shifts, and it shifts once again as here comes another transition play from Sosa. And it's just barely cleared out by Northwood once again. But it feels like a couple games ago, that one might have gone in.
Yeah, it really does. But now Northwood White, I mean, they've seen the fangs of Sosa, and they know how deadly he can be when he's got the ball. Just like in that instance, almost at a double tap, but it doesn't sort out for him. Somehow, Northwood White have become the kryptonite of some of the offense coming out. And how does that ball not go in? Ricocheting off the woodwork, the defender. Fisher College, they can't buy a goal right now.
It's so, once again, after such the frenetic pace that we came out to on game 2, the fact that we're now halfway through the timer with zeros on the board in game 3 shows how much both teams are valuing this game. Of course, Northwood trying not to go down 3-0, but I think Fisher are playing a lot more conservatively than I would expect them to be up 2-0. It shows how much they respect this Northwood White opponent, regardless of the current match score.
Yeah, they really don't want to find themselves too far ahead and giving something easy up to the Northwood White. As aggressive and as, constructive, I would say, their rotations have been on offense. They do need to make sure that third man is in rotation and has a saving dive there, which there is against Northwood White on that play. They managed to get another clear out, and Sosa still wants a touch to not put it in Pirates' hands here. Money, good control, but it's up to the ball for Kinsey to blow it down the other side of the field once again. Nitrous now with control, wants to take it head on to Sosa. That won't sort out. It's a game of 50-50s, challenge after challenge. Each team trying to gain inches rather than miles, but we're already down to the final minute and still no score on the board.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this could be a solid 1-0 game where the first goal of the match could be the last, as there is the 1-minute warning from the game itself. Now, all of a sudden, we once again see a little bit of a situation for both teams where they have to decide, do you want to go super aggressive in this last minute of the game and try and end it there, or do you want to just take your chances in overtime? Northwood, I feel it really comes down to what they want to do. As Fisher is up 2-0, I think it is really on them to set the pace of the series right now, as now 30 seconds left, Northwood going on the attack.
And I'll admit, you know, for Northwood White, they did not do well controlling the game, controlling the pace in the first half of this game. But in the second half, they've kind of dominated possession here. So maybe they do want to finish it out here in regulation time. Only 10 seconds remaining, though. Nitrous wants to get the better end of this 50-50. Can't manage it. He does get a touch there, though. The backflip will not connect. Kinsey instead air dribbled there, loses control of the ball. Pirates, one last fight. He's still got this ball to stay alive. Noxus and Nitrous up for this one. That might not work out so well, and we go to extra time.
That is the second overtime match in 3 games, and this time around, this has been a defensive slugfest between Fisher and Northwood, neither one wanting to give an inch. But here's a demo from Northwood. Here's an opportunity for Nitrous, but the defense is there just in time. That being said, you can sense how Northwood is slowly starting to ramp up the pace here. Like you said, the time of possession for Northwood has been really good. They've kept this on Fisher's side of the field for the entirety of overtime so far.
Oh my goodness, how is that another save? I can't believe it. And you mentioned it. It's been a defensive slog here. 7 saves, maybe now 8 from Fisher, but they might need a 9th. They're able to do it, Money in rotation as a third man to defend it once again. Northwood White, what connection, what powerful shot, what precision will it take to find that first goal?
The first and last at this point for game 3. As, yeah, Northwood is throwing absolutely everything they can at this Fisher squad, but they have held strong so far. A bit of a weak clear there from Northwood, but it will clear well enough, get it back on Fisher's side of the field. And again, these rotations from Fisher have been so good. These third men have been doing it fantastically, keeping themselves in position for these saves. Again, here it is. That bump might have been enough to get it in if it had connected, but unfortunately, Fisher, this opportunity is going to go away for the moment. And oh my gosh, the tip up from Northwood right there. That is so good, such control over these Rocket League cars to know the best way to just divert the ball from the goal.
Oh, what a shot. Are you kidding me? Right off the post. You can divert, you can bump, you can demo all you want, but when shots like that ring in, you gotta hold your breath if you're Northwood White. Just inches from getting between the defender and the woodwork, but it won't happen. Fisher College, they want another shot at it, though. Sosa around the corner does get bumped off and now has no boost to work with, so he's relying on his teammates to make the play and continue the rotation, continue this possession. It does, but only for a moment longer. Nitrous instead has Noxus as an option. Noxus wants to take the shot. Saved again. Next shot comes off the ceiling. That's put away, but Kinsey, no second touch off the ground. Instead, everybody from Fisher College wants to barrel this ball towards the other side of the field. May need to space out a little bit more if they want to be more effective on offense. Back down the line again off the ceiling. Noxus wanted the shot, but it's turned away again.
We are now reaching 8 minutes of game time in Rocket League without a goal. You cannot say that very often in this game. Both teams are doing a fantastic job on these rotations, not giving an inch to either side. Sosa fields the shot, is going to clear it out for the moment, but here's the potential shot right off the corner of the goal. Northwood with an insane amount of shots so far this game. It is crazy that none of them have connected just yet, but they are not giving up, not even really giving Fisher an opportunity on this attack, forcing things into the corner for the moment, but Money might want to change that. And once again, the ball just diverted back into the corner yet again. 3 minutes and 30 seconds into overtime. We are still playing.
Yeah, and if I'm exhausted here in the booth, I can imagine how these players feel. Northwood White, they know the gravity of this situation. If they lose this game, they'll have to perform what's just such a difficult reverse sweep, nearly impossible. They know this is a game that they really want to win. Could that last tap be it? Oh, it will be! Pirates hangs out in his enemy territory, surrounds the ball like a piranha, and takes the last strike off of Nox's second touch.
I'm telling you, time stood still for me for a second as I watched the ball slowly get swallowed up by the goal boundary right there. I thought, is it going to go in? Is it going in? Oh my gosh, it went in. That was an insanely intense match and one that Northwood desperately needed to stay in this series. They do it. They get themselves to a 2-1 still advantage for Northwood. But I think mentally, as we think about where we are overall in this best of 7, Northwood being able to come out on top is massive, not just for the state of the match in general, but also the state of this Northwood White team. They can now take a deep breath and say, okay, we got one, just need 3 more.
Yeah, just 3 more. That's all. Fisher College with the advantage in the series, 2-1 right now. And Dividing, I just want to take us back to game number 1, where it took the 4th shot for Northwood White to get their first goal. This time, it was their 16th shot that ended up being the first goal. It is incredible. And we've talked about it. It's been the trend Dividing. It's been threading the needle. Pinpoint accuracy. Those are the only shots that have really gone to the back of net in this series. So the difficulty, the bar, it only rises as the series goes on. You have to hit your top potential when you're taking these shots against very good opponents. So that kind of trend will continue here as we move into game number 4. It's a 2-1 lead still for Fisher College against Northwood White in the Champions Northeast Finals of NECC.
And you hit the nail right on the head, Pyro. You have got to be on your A game. And as we now reach game 4 of 7 potential games, both teams are now on a lock. They've warmed up. Those championship jitters have gone away, and we are seeing some extremely high-level Rocket League as shown. Well, as I said that, a bit of a miss there on the Fisher. Put them in a bit of an iffy situation, but they do manage to get the clear. And once again, 30 seconds off the clock with no early goal just yet. The defense from both teams, you wouldn't expect it any other way.
What is an early goal anymore in this context? I guess this could be considered one.
40 seconds, I'd take it.
Sure, why not? I think Nitrous will gladly take this shot. Sosa still trying to stretch for that save, but it was too quickly put on by Nitrous, and Northwood White exempting their eventual goal in Game 3 overtime. This is the first time that they're going to score first, and they're going to score often.
Oh my goodness. This is what I was talking about. Northwood being able to score early on in the game is going to do so much for their confidence. It's going to put Fisher in a situation that we haven't really seen them in yet this series, where they now have to play catch-up. That is going to be, that's something we haven't really seen Fisher have to do yet. How will they be able to hold up when they do not have the lead and, in fact, are forced to fight back from an 0-2 deficit? We saw Northwood do it in Game 2. Can Fisher do the same?
I'm almost terrified right now for Fisher. I'm surprised that shot doesn't go in. Maybe this one does. Kinsey wants to take it up for a double tap. Nitrous sees it coming, but can they deny this next shot? They certainly can. Yeah, Fisher College, they're just going to be more aggressive. They're going to be even scarier here on offense, and that worries me a little bit for Northwood White with them in the lead, but it's almost tempting fate for Fisher College to start barreling in those shots and now those demolitions that you just saw in the last possession. But that can all turn around on them in a moment's notice. Nitrous for the 3rd goal of Northwood White.
That was a beautiful little bump there from Pirates to center the ball, and Nitrous was right there for the goal. great play from both teams, understanding exactly where their teammate was on the field and how exactly to get the hit to put it in the most optimal position. That is the kind of play that you expect out of these champion-level teams, and all of a sudden, Northwood is looking on their way to potentially tying up their series. Really, all they got to do is clamp down on defense, though. Against a team like Fisher, that is easier said than done.
Oh, most certainly. Yeah, Northwood White, though, I have an appreciation for this team who, put their pedal to the metal at the beginning of this game and is not letting up. Listen, when you kind of crack the code against a team like Fisher College, you don't want to let that up. And so as much as they can extend this score line, they are looking to do so. 3-0 as we almost reach a halfway point here. That ball clearing the halfway point of the court and almost into Fisher College's net, but goes by the wayside, and they're able to find it clear as well. Nitrous, maybe not the touch that they were looking for. In fact, it's a battle in the midfield here as the ball stretches across the width of the field. Nitrous, another touch down off the ceiling. Sosa looking to take it from one end of the field to the other. That flip reset, not connecting the way he was imagining, and his teammates have to send the ball to the corner.
2 minutes now left on the clock, and Fisher need 4 goals, make it 5 goals to win this one. This game is very quickly getting out of reach here for Fisher. Unless there is a flurry of offense from this Fisher team, 4-0 with 2 minutes left is extremely difficult to come back from. This is the game that Northwood needed, not just a win, but a potential convincing victory to tie up the series.
It's looking convincing so far, that is for certain. They are just taking advantage right now. I think of the mistakes from Fisher College varsity. You saw that flip reset that Sosa really wanted as he was taking that ball off the backboard. It just got misdirected, and suddenly his teammates have to sort of scramble to get the ball into a safer territory. But Northwood White, I mean, come on, they could sniff that out like sharks sniff out blood in the water and attack immediately. They've got a very considerable lead here with almost 90 seconds remaining. The more seconds that go by here dividing, it feels like the rest of this game is more of a formality.
Yeah, I mean, Northwood doesn't really have to do anything on offense anymore. They can pile it on if they really want to, and they absolutely could, as Pirates is going to just try and take it in by themselves. Not going to happen. This time just barely bounces off the crossbar. But yeah, Northwood at this point, they can just dribble the ball around for the last minute. Doesn't really matter that much. Did you just save the goal for Fisher there? That was, good, nice helping out Fisher right there. You could have gone 5-0, but hey, I guess it's a 4v2 now.
Yeah, one way or another, we'll find the end of this game. But nevertheless, what's interesting to me is we only have 2 registered shots right now for Fisher College varsity. More often than not, they are dominating that stat line. Sure, Game 3 felt more of an exception, the way that nobody could find a goal, but now the tide really turns in that the offense is just being stinted from Fisher College. Of course, an open look here is going to provide them with 1 point on the board. But you wonder if this break between this game and the next is going to be the refresh that Fisher College need.
Yeah, you would definitely hope so. At least being able to make sure you're not shut out here in Game 4 is definitely good on the mentals. But yeah, with 20 seconds left on the clock, needing 3 goals between then and now to send us into overtime would be extremely difficult. You needed that shot to go in and have any shot at it. It's almost certainly not going to happen. I hate to call it before the final bell has rung, but this is going to be Northwood going up 2-2 in the series.
Oh,
there's a rule 1 for you.
You love that. You really do.
And they don't want it to hit the ground yet. Northwood says, we don't want this game to end. Keep us at 4-1 forever. But no, this is going to be the end of match 4 and a convincing victory. The most convincing victory of the series so far goes to Northwood White. Even though Game 3 was one that they desperately needed, I would argue that following it up with a massive victory over Fisher in Game 4, where they pulled ahead early and Fisher never really got back into it, that is massive as we go into the latter half of the series.
Yeah, it turns the tides for sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of confidence building for this Northwood White team as they face up against Fisher College again. And I think we had a big question that was finally answered here dividing is what do Fisher College look like when they are trailing 1 goal? When they are trailing 2 goals. It seems like the mess only gets messier in a way. Yes, they started to look like the new opportunities were being founded in an aggressive push with some goal line demolitions and some close shots, but as that aggression antes up, they start to not have that third man of rotation, and you saw how Northwood White continued to press on and take advantage. So does Fisher College sort of settle down and maybe focus on controlling the ball a little more as the series goes on, and maybe even if they trail again early in the series, in the game rather, in game 5, we'll see. Dividing. The point is here in game 5, we've got match point up for grabs between both teams.
Yeah, and what this game has definitely showed me is how important that first goal has been throughout this series. So far, the team that has scored the first goal of the game goes on to win it. So I guess it depends between Fisher and Northwood. If either of them want to try and go aggressive early, get a point on the board within the first minute, that would give them a huge advantage historically. As we are now on field for game number 5 in a series that has suddenly tightened up.
And I wonder if Fisher College start to go back to their tried and true method. Okay, can't think about that until you got this ball cleared away. Took 2 defenders to rise to the occasion to kick that out of the box, and they managed to do just that. Northwood White, though, hold on, still pressing as Money can't get the touch they're looking for. It's taken up now off the side wall. Pirates may have an infield pass here, but Kinsey sees that coming from a mile away and stretches the court the full distance. Kinsey reads the defense, the offense like a children's book, and slams it home.
Yeah, and it just goes over the head of Nitrous. We've been talking throughout these defensive games about how good those third men have been, not letting anything get past them, and that time around Nitrous plays is a little bit too close. I think they heard the cast talking about how good that first goal is and was going a little bit more aggressive, but could not make it happen, and those transition plays are so deadly. Fisher now up 1-0. Can Northwood reverse the favor that has been against them this whole time?
Oh my, they're able to reverse that play that was almost rather destructive. Or Northwood White, another demo on the field, but Kinsey still wants to take it up the lane. And once again, you know, we talk about that first goal. I heard a very interesting stat today about Gen G, top-rated team from NA right now in the professional scene of Rocket League. They're on like a 35-game streak or so of winning the game when they score first. It's insane. And I feel like, yeah, it's an interesting talking point about what that tone setter of the game really does for some of the teams. It's also infamous that the 2-0 deficit is one of the worst to be at, which is what Northwood White will find themselves in. Kinsey able to seal that fate once again.
And again, you see Nox is right there, going for that, going for the rotation. Might have gotten a little bit off course to pick up a boost pad, but just couldn't get back in time. These transition plays, these shots from downtown for Fisher have been so effective, catching Northwood mid-rotation. And now, with 3 minutes left on the clock, Fisher find themselves in a fantastic opportunity. And again, just as the momentum seemed to have swung in Northwood's favor after Game 4, it seems to have potentially swung right back if Northwood doesn't do something about it soon.
Yeah, the seesaw behavior of this series proves one thing, is that every single game of the series is a new one. That reset really levels the playing field each and every time. Fisher College wants to pull the weight back in their favor, and they may be able to do with another offensive push. They do just that. I think that's Kinsey bullying the last defender on the goal line. It is. He's just staying right in front of Nitrous there. Ruthless.
That is such an incredible individual play from Sosa. Like you mentioned, probably the highest skill player in the lobby when it comes to how highly they have placed in competitive play and professional play, and proves it right there, just styling on the Northwood White defenders. And now, once again, we find ourselves in a situation where there's 2 minutes left on the clock at a 3-0 score line, but it is in the opposite direction. Oh, okay, make it 4-0. Sure, Sosa. Why not? Why not just pad the stats?
4-0. It is incredible, Divided, because we've talked this series up to be so close, and we've had a couple overtimes as well. So it has come out to be that, but the latest wins have just been train wrecks for the other team, for the losing team. And, you know, Northwood White, it's not just allowing the offense of Fisher College to kind of dominate them, it's also just missed opportunities offensively for Northwood White. They're throwing up passes that they're allowing the defense to read like 3 seconds beforehand. They're trying to take shots from the sidewall that are just completely missing. Noting Nitrus's one before the last goal was scored. It's just not working out right now in game number 5. And we've talked about how precision has played such a key role in this series. Without it, you can see how Northwood White struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. You can sense the desperation coming out of this team as they were down 1-0 and then down 2-0. They tried to make something happen, and it just opened up the door for Fisher over and over again as we are now nearing the 1 minute mark of the game. And okay, Sosa with the hat trick is going to shut any chance of winning this game in Northwood's face. Have you ever seen someone come back from a 5-0?
I did it a 1v1 game once.
Oh,
so
nice.
Personally, but at this level of gameplay, no, just to say bluntly, Dividing. And I don't think we're going to see it here, but what we've already seen in this series is Northwood White going down 2-0 in the series and bringing their way back. Despite this game not going in their favor, this is not a moment to count out this team, especially when you remember how the last game went. But naturally, the going will just get more and more rough here. 6-0, we might just make it 7 in this game, Dividing. Who knows?
Yeah, why not at this point? Just get as many goals as possible onto the stat sheet for Fisher. Every single one, even though, you know, this game is a foregone conclusion, it is a pretty nice pat on the back for this team and makes them feel extremely good. I think it really calms the nerves as they will be going into a match point situation. And there you go, lucky number 7. I believe that's goal number 4 for Sosa in this one. Has completely taken over this match.
Yeah.
Just outplays. I think that was Money there on the defense.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think Money had a hand in getting Fisher that goal and many others. But here's the thing that
it was Noxus. My bad.
All good. It's the part that worries me about Northwood White is you cannot allow these players to find their groove, to find what's even considered flow state in Rocket League. I've seen plays like from Money where he's just dominating Northwood White's backboard and trying to intercept clears from them and turn them into passes to other Fisher teammates. You just don't do that if you're not feeling so confident in a game like this. You don't play that aggressively, but that's where Fisher College is right now. They don't want to give Northwood White any semblance of hope or a chance to get back into this. You know, maybe a goal here is a band-aid on what appears to be a debilitating injury, to put it at best right now, for this team of Northwood White. We'll see what happens when we refresh for next game.
Yep, as we now just let those last 2 seconds drain off the clock, and after a flurry of goals, now I can say technically from both sides, Fisher Varsity get themselves to match point, championship point for this NECC Northeast Champions Division. We have gone back and forth throughout this series. The momentum has swapped hands extremely quickly. It has been so fascinating to see how much of an effect that first minute has had on these games. When one team wins or scores early, they end up carrying that momentum through the whole game. But if neither team scores in the first minute, we end up in this sort of defensive slogfest situation where we have no goals being scored at all, and we usually end up in overtime.
Yeah, shout out to the 9-minute game 3, almost 9 minutes, where only 1 goal was scored there in overtime. These things happen, and maybe that's what Northwood White is aiming for, a bit of a closer game in the next one. We can talk about teams and the momentum that they're getting, but I also want to talk about players. I mean, Sosa, that was 5 goals in that game. 8 shots as well. When you're putting up numbers like that, and sure, the game kind of broke loose as it went on. It is scary. Sosa is probably the last player on this field that you want to let run rampant on your opponents and find that fire. So Fisher College appearing to be in a very good position as we look to this next one. We're finally dividing in this grand finals of this division, this Champions Division, in match point. Fisher College, they can take the title here.
Yeah, all they have to do is not let their feet off the gas, and that, I'm sure, is what the mindset that they were in that last game, is that even though we might have this game done and dusted with, they never took their feet off of the gas. They kept on scoring. They kept on playing like it was tied 0-0. They didn't want to take themselves out of the mindset, take themselves out of the groove. But this demo gives Northwood an opportunity, but the angle just isn't quite there for the Timberwolves. And Fisher, I think, might have gotten away with one.
Yeah, maybe that is the case. I mean, you have 6 players on the field right now that are salivating for that first goal, for how important it has been throughout this series. So to see that one go closely by, oh boy, it's worrisome. But Kinsey on the other side, opting for the flip reset play, can't get it past the defender, and now it's in Pirates' hands to clear back. Just trying to get the right possession, the right rotation to sort out for this team. They'll barrel it from one side of the field to the other. Kinsey again trying to dominate that backboard of their opponent, but it flies free to the other side.
Yes, and we have seen a minute go by with no goals scored. Historically, you know what that means. We might be in for a long game 6. Of course, I would be welcome to see either of these teams prove me wrong, but that is just what we have seen so far in this series. This might be a close one. It might be a slow one, as both teams are fighting to get it out of this corner, and it is going to be a clear on the side of Northwood, but there really isn't anyone available to follow up on it, as we're just going to trade hands back and forth. A potential attack here from Northwood, but after Pirates' shot goes wide, there really isn't anyone available to follow up on it. So Northwood is going to reset and potentially go again.
And I wonder how Fisher College try to continue to establish control in this game right now. It did appear as if Kinsey was trying to get very aggressive on their opponent's back line, get those bumps, get those demos. The last time I saw them go for something like that, though, they started to get a little too far ahead of themselves and give up some counter plays to Northwood White. So maybe just controlling the possessions could sort out in better favor of Fisher College, but still the bumps being poked by Kinsey after the passing play. Now Money up on the wall is bumped out of the play into oblivion. He's going to have to take a trip to the other side of the court, but he's back in action. Money again to a teammate off the backboard. Nitrous, smart play to pop it up, and Fisher cannot nail down the next shot. Oh, but they can't do that one.
They can do that one. Money comes in off of the corner and just has the perfect backup play there. Man, that third man up situation, again, so dangerous, because if Money had missed that one, then there was going to be no one in the back line to try and deflect a shot from Northwood. But the first goal goes in Fisher's favor, and so now all of a sudden Northwood has...
The onus is very much on them in this situation. We will see if they can turn this around. Nitrous of Northwood White is going to give that ball up. Comms on point here for Northwood White, making sure the right player's on the ball. Somebody needs to be on it there in the corner. Will go back around. And Fisher College, normally when they score that first goal, they just seem to be dominant. With that long possession, they appear to be so. Controlled now by Money. He's not afraid to slow play that on his own back line. Bait in the Northwood White players and then make them pay for it. Down to a minute and a half now. Cleared away. Money. Good 50-50 at the half-court line. It lands in Nitrous's hands. He can't get that on target. That one could have been it for Northwood White. Instead, it's taken around. Fisher College, they can't find a goal.
And now as we start to get towards the 1 minute warning, Northwood have to put something together. Are we going to see that aggression come out from Northwood in this situation? We have to see it. They have to put together some sort of attacking plan here. But this might be Fisher with the second goal. That might be the dagger into the heart of the Timberwolves with only 53 seconds to go. Northwood has an insane hole to dig themselves out of.
Money, cash money. That placement is just, it's rude in a way. I mean, 2 defenders waiting on it, and still he's able to place it bar Dilly. Fisher College want this win. They want to end it here. Northwood White don't appear to be ready for that, though. They're trying Divided. They're giving it their best go, but it doesn't appear to be enough.
And there is the mistakes from Northwood. They try and go heavy on the offense. The demo from Fisher does a great way in clearing the way for the third goal. And with 38 seconds left on the clock, it's going to take nothing short of a miracle for Northwood to get back into this one. A 50-50 is won by Fisher as we now cross the 30-second warning. And Fisher doing a great job of keeping it on Northwood's side of the field. They don't have to score anymore. They just have to make it as hard as possible for Northwood to do the same. Okay, well, as I say that, Sosa just... How many times have we seen Sosa do this? Starts at midfield, just kind of takes it, double tap.
Yeah, and well, that's beautiful. Noxus and Nitrous also having a moment there on the back line, kind of just telling secrets. But listen, we have Fisher College varsity, folks. A team that came out swinging, went up 2-0 in this series very, very well. Gave up a win in a long overtime with Northwood White, but came back swinging. This is a team that has undoubtedly earned their role as your winners, your finalists, your champions of the NECC Northeast Champions Finals is Fisher College.
What a massive win for Fisher College against this Northwood White team that they have lost to several times over the course of this semester. As I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, they finally beat their demons that was Northwood White, and they do it in a key scenario. At Game 4, I thought for sure that the momentum had flipped entirely into Northwood White's favor. I thought we might be seeing them sweep the series from that point on after it was like a 5-0, 5-1 victory for Northwood. What does Fisher do in response? They put together an even crazier beatdown in Game 5, flip the momentum on its head once again, and finally bring it home. What a massive victory for the Fisher Falcons, and congratulations to your champions, Northeast Division champions.
Absolutely incredible. Fisher College, they earned it. Yeah, what was the score of that Game 5? Like 8-1?
I think it was 8. I think it was 8-1.
I almost want to forget it, dividing, but that series still was unforgettable, so I don't think I will be able to. Still, nonetheless, Northwood White, you come home with a second place standing here, which is still incredible given the tough competition that we've seen in this Northeast Champions region of NECC. Folks, that was the finals of that conference, but we still have more finals to go. We're taking it to the Challengers Northeast region. It's going to be Lebanon Valley and the Howard CC Dragons up next, folks. That's me and Divide, and casting that action very soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome on back, one and all, to the NECC Finals Day. We just came off a banger of a matchup from Fisher College, winning their finals against Northwood White. But we've got one more finals to go in the Challengers Northeast season dividing. I'm ready for it, so let's get into it. The teams of the day. Let's start with Lebanon Valley.
And this is an incredible story coming into this finals. A number 4 seed heading into the playoffs bracket came up with a huge upset over Alvernia University in the semifinals. They 3-0'd the number 1 seed in this division, who had been undefeated up until now, had only lost 4 games. Get that, 4 games the entire season going into that semifinal matchup. Lebanon Valley 3-0'd them to get to this point. What an incredible story, and now all they have to do is win against our other team, Howard Community College, to finish the job.
Incredible. Frenchie, Faithful, and Samus, those players that upset the Titans. But who is the Titan on the other side of the field? Howard CC Dragons. Let's see this next team that is facing off against Lebanon Valley, made up of Arrow, Nooble, and Zoni. It's interesting because although Lebanon Valley have made that upset, these two teams have met up quite a bit. Howard has been, it looks like, 1-2 against LVC in the postseason of the history, but in the regular season play, Howard has dominated LVC 3-0 record. So a storied past between these two teams dividing.
Yeah, when it comes to the postseason history, this is actually going to be the 4th time in NECC history that these two teams are going to be meeting up. It was the fall 2021 semifinals for Challengers. That was the one that Howard won 3-0. Ever since then, though, in spring 2022 and summer 2022, it has been 2 consecutive 4-1 victories for Lebanon Valley. It has been a significantly long time since Howard CC Dragons have been able to take down Lebanon Valley in this kind of win-or-go-home situation. Will they be able to turn the tide today? They are technically the higher seed, coming in as number 2.
A 2 seed, will they do it for Howard CC? You'll see them on the yellow side. The 4 seed of Lebanon Valley took down that undefeated 1 seed on the blue. And these players in the grand finals of NECC, the Challengers Northeast Conference, they're ready to go. So game 1 is on, and it's another dividing best of 7.
Yeah, it is going to be a long one potentially between these two teams, and unlike what we saw last time with 2 extremely experienced squads in Northwood and Fisher, these might be 2 teams that aren't quite as used to that kind of grind of a best-of-7 series. It'll be interesting to see how they hold up as the series goes on. But as we start off, both these teams looking to get themselves off on the right foot here. Here's a nice pass play from Lebanon Valley to take the early lead 45 seconds in. Beautiful pass there from Faithful, and I think I don't know
Frenchie,
who the other player was. I'm sorry.
like.
It was Frenchie on the other side, passing it back and forth and completely confusing the goalie.
Whew, man, the give and go. You'd love to see it work in the infield, but there's nobody on the infield for Lebanon Valley on this one. It was left ajar, and what filled the gap was the shot there from Zoni.
What a beautiful play there. Just catches Lebanon off guard, going for an early second goal to put a very big dent into the hopes for Howard Community College, but they take advantage of it with a shot all the way from beyond midfield. And that's a kind of mistake that I'm guessing you're probably only gonna get once for Howard CC, so take it while you can.
Does feel like that this is going to be a very gritty series, but you know what, dividing, we have 2 teams, both with a goal on the board now. So, you know, the pressure, it begins to wear off once you get past that first hurdle, and these players are ready to break out and show us what they're truly made of here in the finals, where it truly counts against what could be truly their rivals of NECC. Arrow, he wanted a teammate to pass you off the backboard, but it never came.
Not quite there, as now here comes a potential attack from Lebanon Valley. They get a nice deflection, though. Howard CC with a nice defense right now, spacing themselves out fairly well right now to make sure someone is available in the goal to save a potential shot. Faithful goes a little bit wide left, and this should be the clear opportunity for Howard CC. Not quite able to get it all the way out, though. So it stays on Howard's side of the field. As Lebanon Valley, they really want to keep up the pressure, keep Howard playing defense, and that is exactly what they're going to do for now as it goes right back towards Howard's goal.
Lebanon Valley trying to ante up on the offensive side. 50-50 from Faithful is going to land in their own corner, though. Touch out to the backboard, and Faithful wants to control, but so low on the boost meter. Just 3 there to work with. It puts it in the hands of Howard CC again. A shot rings out, but taken away from Lebanon Valley. Controlling it back. Samus over and out to his teammate Faithful. Oh, Faithful indeed, as it's towards the enemy's territory. Somebody from Howard CC is going to be bumped into the ball. It puts it into Arrow's hands, but the shot will not find it between the uprights. Howard CC, come on, you got to make the most of that opportunity.
Yeah, that might be one that they're going to want back, but with 2 minutes left on the clock, both teams will surely have plenty more opportunities here in this game 1 to pull ahead, still in that 1-1 tie, as both teams now kind of jockeying over position, and maybe a bit of an overcommitment here from Howard. You saw all of them go towards the ball at the same time, but Lebanon Valley were not in a position themselves to be able to properly take advantage of that, as Howard is going to spread themselves back out, first man, second man, third man, set up once again, as Howard is on the attack.
Suddenly the clock's down to the final 90 seconds, so you think this next goal could be the one. Put a tally on that win count for either team. Zoni wants to get that second touch off the corner, can't find it, so it goes back into Lebanon Valley's hands. That's a shot towards the post, and there's no decision to be made there for Howard anymore. That ball's gonna land in whether they like it or not, and Samus, the last one to get the touch and get that in.
What a nice lob from Samus there. I think the goalie was expecting a bit of a deflection shot to get it to the left or the right. Instead, just goes right over, and the defenders were in no position to stop it from that point forward. Lebanon now with a lead, and now is going to extend on it. 3-1 now for Lebanon Valley. Once again, the number 4 seed coming out strong to start off this series. With only about a minute on the clock, Howard has a lot of pressure on them to get back into this one. They've got to get a goal, and they've got to get it fast.
Oh, certainly. Turned from a paper cut that just that one leading goal to now something that's just really becoming a permanent mark on this team. They need to patch this up quickly with a goal on the counter. Can't land it in through the smoke screen. We'll see. That ball doesn't find it inside the left post. The next shot taker not there in time. Lebanon Valley with yet another clear. And again, they're able to diffuse these attacks from Howard CC. And they're only down to 30 seconds now to make 2 goals happen.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but Howard does have a bit of an offensive opportunity here. Zoni's going to be able to get it over one, under another, but the third man from Lebanon Valley is able to finally get the clear off. And now with only 12 seconds left on the clock, it's looking like this game is going to go in the books as a Lebanon Valley victory here. With 3 seconds left on the clock. Yep, this one is just about a formality. Go for one more while you're at it. Oh, you know what? I think if that second player hadn't gone for it, that might have gone in. But as is, it's still a convincing victory for Lebanon Valley. They took the lead halfway through at 2-1, and they never looked back.
Yeah, no, they shored things up defensively as well. Some long clears really helped to continue to take that clock down and down again and again to make sure they could seal the deal on the win. Shot counts were pretty even though here, dividing 6-4. Advantage to Lebanon Valley, of course, and credit to this team as well. They assisted every goal they scored, whether it was a long ball that was tapped in by a final teammate or some good infield connections. We saw that give and go at the start of the series. Lebanon Valley, teamwork makes the dream work here.
It does, and what kind of concerns me a little bit if you're a Howard CC fan is that the one goal that they had this game was really more due to a massive miscue for Lebanon Valley, right? They went super aggressive on the kickoff, and the goal was just wide open for the rebuttal. So I don't think the Howard Dragons are going to get an opportunity like that again after letting a goal like that go once. I think a team like Lebanon Valley isn't going to let that kind of thing happen again. They're always going to have someone in the back. So the question is, can Howard get a goal and mount some offense that ends in points without such a massive mistake coming out from LBC?
Consistency is key, as is discipline. Lebanon Valley stick to their fundamentals. They can make this game work. That comes off of a whiff, though, but there's another chance. That shot misdirected, misfired. Lebanon Valley, a few chances at the start of the game here, but not slotting shots that I think normally they would be. So it might just take a couple extra seconds for LVC to get on the right foot and to take away some of these impending shots. Howard CC cannot slot it either.
Just been a little bit off the mark, Pyro. They have had these opportunities, but they may be overthinking it, or they are just a little bit rusty to start off the series. It just feels like they have not quite been able to find the angles yet to get it past the LVC defenders. And all credit due to the LVC defense. They have been making life difficult for Howard, but I think at some point the dam is going to break for this team and they're going to start scoring points. The question is, can LVC put some points on the board before that happens?
Oh, maybe, especially with that impending demolition. The next shot, though, does find its way outside of the posts. Another touch there, going to land in the hands of Lebanon Valley, but again and again, the ball is being poked at the backboard, not under the crossbar, not between the posts. And as every shot is misdirected, another chance goes loose for Lebanon Valley as the scoreline stays tight. They've got to be wary to get these shots on target. They'll get another counter potentially here. The ball rests on the backboard, but it's well controlled again by Howard.
Yeah, some really nice defense coming out from both teams. People have been ready at the back post consistently for these shots and have been on target for these deflections so far. Here's a potential opportunity for LVC, but the 50-50 ball goes in Howard's direction. A great effort from the Howard CC player to get it back on Lebanon's side of the field as we get under 3 minutes left to go. And unlike last game, we are still at 0-all.
Yeah, it's a slog fest here just to find a shot on target, but maybe with that demo, Lebanon Valley can finally strike. It's a hard shot to the midfield. Maybe a shot taker's there, but no, Lebanon Valley instead opting for defense, wants to have those reinforcements in place and not be the ones to give up the first goal. Samus does pick up a container boost, so has some momentum to move on to this ball, but it's challenged quickly again by Howard CC. They just don't want to give any room to breathe right now for Lebanon Valley because they know full and well from game one what Lebanon can do if the space is provided in the infield. We've seen those dastardly give-and-go passing plays that could raise their ugly head once again.
Yeah, and here it comes once again, Lebanon. A bit of a double commit there from both sides. It doesn't seem like Howard is in a great position to take advantage of that, especially with the third player there at midfield, keeping things on Howard's side. But a bit of a scary moment for LVC. As now Howard going on the attack. Someone's waiting at the back post. Are they going to be available? It's looking like yes, as the ball kind of hangs out in no man's land in that side corner here. Both teams trying their best to clear it out. Neither team succeeding very well at the moment as it's centered up once again. And that is 2 players in the goal for Lebanon Valley. They were more than ready for that one. We are under 90 seconds in the game, and no team has scored still, as both teams playing fantastic defense so far, keeping everyone away from points.
And that is the key here at this point of the slogfest. Just keep it even as much as possible. Don't be the one to give up the play. Part of the nature that we're seeing that dividing is just these long rotations defensively. The third man so far behind, picking up boost, making sure they're well resourced for the next attack that could come at any moment. The shot rings out, it's back to the corner, and there's somebody ready to control this and put it midfield, and the shot, oh, it's gonna fly across from the half-court line. Newble from Howard is gonna get the first goal.
And there it is, the desperation in the final minute from LVC finally comes back to bite them. The rotation to the back post that we have seen on time over and over again from this team is finally just a little bit too late to stop the half-court shot. Howard CC puts the first goal on the board. Now Lebanon Valley have just 30 seconds on the clock to try and respond.
Okay, Lebanon Valley. Yeah, it's now or never if you want to hold on to this lead in the series. Instead, it is Arrow. Great control in the air, but still to deny is faithful. Lebanon Valley don't want to give up on their chance here to take this game to overtime. They take a long shot off of the backboard. Well taken, though, by Arrow to clear it out from the side wall. Again, it's taken across the width of the field. Seconds shaving off the clock. Newble with the last touch on the ball sends it into safe territory. And Howard earned the equalizer in the series.
And that is exactly what I needed to see from Howard. What I said as we were going in the game too was, can they find offense that ends in goals without a massive miscue from Lebanon Valley? And that's what they found there with about a minute left in the game. It wasn't a massive miscue from LVC. They had a rotation going on. They were about to get back to the goal, and if they were maybe a second earlier, maybe they would have been there on time to start that half-court shot. But Howard did a great job of identifying that they were a little bit late, going for that half-court shot and getting it past the defender. That's what you need to see if you're a fan of the Dragons, to be able to pull out these games. Of course, Howard did actually win in a 5-map series in week 7 of the regular season. So in the most recent matchup, Howard has come out on top, and I'm sure LVC is keeping that close at hand as they're thinking about how they're going to go in the game 3.
Oh, yeah. They know if they let Howard loose, that they'll come back to haunt them once again. As you said, they did in the regular season. So to see this, a very close matchup continue to prevail and be tied up in the series at 1-1 is really no surprise between these two teams with the storied past. But again, for Lebanon Valley, I mean, dividing, they started the series off so well. It was bit surprising to see some of their miscues in game number 2. A lot of those shots just did not hit the mark at the start of the game. And then as we eased into the rest of it, the defenses were just set too far back for anyone to get a convincing try on the goal. I want to see Lebanon Valley in this game 3 come out swinging and swing with precision.
And that's what they try to do with an early attack on this goal. But Howard's defense comes up big with a nice clear, and it's going to keep things on Lebanon's Valley side of the field for at least a little bit here for the first 30 seconds of the game. We are going back and forth, though. Time of possession is pretty even starting off as both teams trade blows. There's a potential opportunity, but as the ball drifts on over to the corner, it's looking like that is not going to happen quite yet. Lebanon Valley setting up for a potential attack here as it is cleared out for the moment, but not much boost used for the side of Lebanon. There's a potential second opportunity.
There most certainly is. Howard, great shot on target as well. The stretching defender is not enough. The fighting, there's just so much gravity with these counterattacks because you know after a 1-0 lead seals the deal for just one game, last one, you know that this goal right here could do that again for Howard. So rightfully, they'll earn what could be a big goal now in game 3.
Yeah, if you're watching our last match, you know just how impactful that first goal can be for the rest of the match. And here we go again. Howard CC immediately lengthens their lead here. It's now 2-0 thanks to a nice follow-up there from Arrow onto the backboard tap. Beautifully done. Lebanon Valley, still with 3 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. They have plenty of time to come back into this one. The question is if they can stay composed enough when they are down like this.
Yeah, and getting some stops as well because this ball might not go in. Hold on. We've got a heat-seeking missile in the form of Frenchie saying, no, we need a goal. It's been over 5 minutes of game time but since we've seen one. I am making sure this ball lands in.
That was with authority. Frenchie just slammed that into the net. And now with 3 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, this is an opportunity as that shot from Howard just goes off of the crossbar. That was an incredible opportunity from them to try and get back to a 2-goal lead, but unfortunately just a little bit off the mark. That might be one they want back.
Could be as well. 2 demolitions in a row here. Opens up the field quite a bit. Lebanon Valley, though, looking to get some control in order here. What we've noticed from Howard CC is they're playing the ball up Broadway Street quite a bit instead of trying to turn it around in the corner. It's been a lot of passes off the backboard and following members of this Howard offense to try and trickle the ball in after a good pass from that standpoint. And they've been dangerous from that perspective. But Lebanon Valley, they seem to start to adapt and find these clears, find their way back to the other side of the court. As we're nearing that halfway point of the game, Lebanon Valley, they don't just need to string together these saves and these clears again and again. They still have a deficit to clear.
A bunch of demolitions from both sides right now. It's trying to reset the rotations a little bit as Howard on the attack, but it's not going to happen. Zoni racing back to the ball. Had just enough boost online to be able to get back in time. Potential opportunity for LVC if you weren't able to do that. Again, these rotations just barely getting back in time for Howard. As now we are reaching the 2-minute warning, and LVC, the pressure starts to mount once again. Can you even the score here after going down 2-0 early on?
Seen it before, scored 3 in game number 1. It's only been 1 this time around, but they've got to start to send the forces. They've done that right here. Frenchie, oh, that's just automatic. You knew off the first jump that this read off the backboard was coming true. Frenchie, again, the dagger to send LVC back in this game.
And this is LVC have just done something that we haven't seen all day, is come back from a deficit. Oh, my goodness, Lebanon Valley right back into this one. What a save right there, flying in from the side. I thought for sure we were about to see Howard get back into the lead, but the defense from LVC is just in time. This game and the series lead hangs into the balance depending on the next 90 seconds, plus overtime if we end up needing it. Both teams, of course, would, I'm sure, rather end it before that.
It feels like that, but also it's so balanced, like 50-50 right now, dividing. These teams have so much respect for each other given how many times they've met in the postseason, right? So that's kind of why Absolutely. The narrative suits the gameplay, where you see these long rotations on defense. It's the respect given to the offensive members of their opponents, knowing that they can strike at any time, and they can strike very well. That shot's going to go high. Could be a pass to Zoni. Zoni clears it back out to the corner. Howard, they've got to start getting these on target if they want to close this in regulation time. They'll get another chance. But that one goes away. Last saving chance from Samus. It is taken out.
Beautiful play from Samus. A nice reaction time, by the way. If you didn't go flip reset on that ball exactly the way you had to, that was going right over your head, and Samus knew exactly what to do. Still very skilled players on both of these teams. As now we are reaching under the 30-second warning, and this is where we start to see the desperation. An open goal for the moment for Howard. Here's an opportunity for LVC. Goes wide of the net. 10 seconds left. Can anyone find a point?
Maybe. Off the backboard again. Saved and taken to the ground. Oh, we got what we thought was going to happen in overtime, but in those last 10 seconds, I wasn't too sure at dividing. Oh, but 2-2 is the score line. It'll change as soon as that winning goal is scored. Gonna be right here. Zoni shot.
Samus
trying
again
to get to the back of the net, but so close. Fantastic from Samus.
Yeah, this defense from Samus has been a lockdown so far, but not this time. They went forward trying to go for the offense, and Arrow puts a stop to that right away. You can see everyone from Lebanon Valley had their eyes towards the Howard CC side of the map, and when Arrow came in with that rebuttal, no one was ready for it. The goal was wide open, and the series lead goes to Howard Community College.
Yeah, what a shot as well from Arrow. Knew decisively that the game was ending right then and there. That is a hat trick as well from Arrow in that game. So stellar performance to put Howard CC up in the series. I've got to credit another player on the other side of the field, though, dividing. Frenchie. Kind of keeping Lebanon Valley in this game as well. Had 2 for 2 goals there. Drilled the first one home and then got a great shot on the second. It's him on offense. It feels like Samus on defense also had 2 assists. So you're starting to see these standout players, and maybe even the dynamic duo of Frenchie and Samus start to breathe life into this series. And you wonder if that's the MO for some of these squads, to rest the weight into those playmakers.
And for me, the big difference between these teams between game 1 and game 3 was really their decisiveness. As both teams have kind of gotten themselves into the groove of the series, both teams are kind of feeling each other out in game 1. They were saying, oh, you know, we'll bounce the ball around for a bit. We don't want to give up a mistake. But this time around, we saw players like Frenchie going for these decisive goals, slamming it into the goal. We see that on the other side, too, from Arrow, understanding the potential offensive power from Lebanon. If they don't get that goal right there, a beautifully well done shot, as both teams, I think, are starting to shake off the rust, including Faithful right there with a goal in the first 10 seconds this time.
No rust seen from my point of view. That one is accurate as ever and just plunged his way into the ball. I love how I was crediting Samus and, well, everyone but Faithful on the Lebanon Valley team. And then Faithful says, you know what, I've got a role in this game as well.
Yeah. Faithful was like, I am going to show you specifically, Pyro J, that I am also here on this LVC team. And you know what? Credit to Faithful. They did it extremely well, as now Lebanon Valley with an early lead in this game could be massive, especially if Howard can't get their shots on target, as they are right now just kind of bouncing around both corners, trying to find a nice center opportunity, as that shot's going to go just a little bit wide. But still, Howard going back and forth, putting so many shots on goal right now. The first save misses, the second one does. And after a flurry of shots, here's a double tap from Nooble, and that is going to tie up the series here. Man, after like the 5th shot that possession, Howard finally get it home.
And that shot was disgusting, but you're right, Dividing. I mean, if those posts are like an inch or 2 wider, the crossbar a bit taller, that was like 5 goals that we saw right there. They were painting the woodwork on crashing in the boards and the extra shots. And, well, I think Howard CC did what fate was told, which was a goal needed to happen, and apparently another one, too. Zony's going to add to the tally.
And just like we saw in game 2, the second that first goal was on the board, Howard are super good at finding that second goal as well. And now all of a sudden, Lebanon Valley, they were looking into this confident after a early goal. Now a minute in, and they have found themselves at a deficit yet again.
Yeah, and this is tough too, right, for Lebanon Valley. They're very mindful of the fact that if they give this win up to Howard CC, they've got to win the next 3 in order to take the series. And that's not a situation you really want to be in, especially in the grand finals when it's for all the marbles. You want to even the series here. Now, you don't want to give up a lead as easily as they've done now. So, Lebanon Valley, I think they're fighting for a lot here on this next possession, on this next chance, just to stay in this series and not be trailing from so far behind.
Yeah, and keep in mind, if Howard are able to put this game away, all of a sudden that's series and championship point for them. Being down 3-1, not quite a reverse sweep, of course, for Lebanon Valley, but it would be an incredibly large hole to dig themselves out of. So it is crucial that LVC are able to even the score here. They have 3 minutes to do just that. As here's an initial attack from both teams, but Arrow with a nice clear. But Lebanon Valley is waiting at the midfield marker. A double tap tried for, but the timing is just not quite there.
I like the chance, though, moving up the center of the field. It provides so many opportunities that even if that shot is missed, the ball can kind of poke out left or right to another option of Lebanon Valley. Though we see that's not the case. Howard CC still trying to get a shot on. Maybe a bit of a miscommunication. I think Nooble had a great line in for the shot, but it was someone else from Howard CC that wanted to poke at it as well. Arrow's going to double commit with another player, but Zony tried to read this shot. It's not going to go through, but it does land in the hands there of Nooble. Saved once again. Lebanon Valley, they're starting to respect more and more Howard CC and their shot prowess. They racked up a ton in this game. I feel like there's only more to come.
Oh, there absolutely will be, as Lebanon Valley trying to get it out of the corner, and it does, but unfortunately it goes towards their side of the field instead. Frenchie there in the back for the deflection, gets it back to Howard's side of the field, and here comes Frenchie from the other side of the map. Third man up, third man down, getting that goal. You look at Frenchie all the way from their own goal, sees the ball drifting in front of the goal, says, I got this. Once again, with authority, this player is so fun to watch.
It feels like the Batman call when the ball's on the goal line. Frenchie is called to action, saying you act like a complete behemoth on the goal line and drill that ball home, and that's what he does. So the ball game is tied up, and this is in a situation where Howard CC have double the shot count right now of LVC, 10-5. Racked up a couple in his last 30 seconds, but it comes to a point where, despite all of Howard's pressure, if they can't close on all their chances, Lebanon Valley, they're going to find a way to come back.
Yeah, and that's what I've seen a lot from Howard, is that they've had a lot of chances against this LVC defense, but it seems it takes them several tries to finally be able to get it into the goal. And when you're not efficient with your chances like that, a team like Lebanon Valley is going to take advantage. And there is a Samus with the assist. The pass play is beautiful, and LVC back in front.
Yeah, Frenchie proving that it's not just the closing shots that he can do. He can also get a good pinch off the backboard and make for a wonderful pass. Oh, Lebanon Valley with the lead. They know the gravity of this situation, and going down 1-3 is not where they want to be in this series. No, they want to line things up at 2-2. They seem well positioned for that, as it's another clear, though, for Howard CC. They don't want to give up on this chance quite yet. High off the corner, Zoni with a shot right under the crossbar, still somehow saved.
Beautiful play from the Lebanon Valley defender there. The saving grace of this team. They just got to keep it out of the goal for the next 20 seconds here. But hey, one more goal here would, of course, ice any chance that Howard CC might have to come back into this one. But Zoni might have something to say about that.
Could be single digits on the clock now. Howard CC a chance still. High off the backboard. Shot taker demoed, though. It's up now to the final player. Not gonna happen. Shot comes too late. And Lebanon Valley, with 2 goals in a row to take the lead, earn their equalizing point in the series. Dividing, we take it to 2-2. This happened to us in the last finals, and we're just being graced with the matches today.
Yeah, this is fantastic. You can tell how both teams want this so bad. They've been working all season to get up to this point, and neither team wants to back down. And I gotta say, really nice play from the Lebanon Valley defender. I couldn't tell which player exactly it was, but really great identification of the circumstances. Knew if you just slam the ball into the ground, then the game is over. No need to goad it up into the air and make a big clear, because who knows who might be able to get to the ball and keep it alive. Slam it to the ground, end the game right there. LVC 2-2.
Yeah, the game sense has been great from LVC. It was that slam on the ground, and it was also the demolition of who was supposed to be the next shot taker from Howard CC. They were taking out all the options that Howard could maybe muster up in that final moment. So Lebanon, they really crawled their way back into that game for the win to keep this series all knotted up. But folks, now it's time to take it to the next one. Game 5, and a chance for series point is on the line for both Lebanon Valley and Howard CC.
Yeah, this is a huge game. We saw last time the team that won this one, being able to get to series point, championship point first is such a big advantage, but so much pressure onto the other team, because then you start sweating. You start thinking, if we lose one more, then it is over. And Zoni is that's exactly what they want Lebanon Valley to be thinking, as that is an early goal from Howard.
Wow. Okay, Zoni. Trying to apply for I think the next conference right now of NECC with that shot. That was looking like a professional routine double tap right there, and no better way to set the tone, I think, for Howard CC. It feels like a response dividing. It says, hey, Howard, they're not too happy with losing that last game.
Oh, absolutely not. They had potentially from their point of view, match points, championship points stripped from them thanks to 2 really nice late goals from Lebanon Valley. They want to even the score.
Yes, exactly. Now what Lebanon Valley is put up with is to even the score of this game right here. We're not even a minute in, and it feels like both teams, great chances off the crossbar. Oh no, not like this. One of the worst positions for a defender to be in is in front of their goal line and not behind. And, well, Frenchie's going to learn that the hard way.
Oh man, just bounces right off of the hood of the car into the goal. There wasn't much that you could do about that, but it is still a huge blow there to Frenchie, who has been playing extremely well throughout the series. But look at Samus straight off of the kickoff, says, don't worry, I'll pick up the slack.
Nah, come on. That's just ruthless. Samus flying with that ball like he's playing Rumble and has the magnet equipped. The ball would just not leave the zone of Samus. And the dunk afterwards. Wow, Lebanon Valley. That is only the first minute of this game dividing. I can't believe what we're going to see with another 4.
Incredible. We are off to a frenetic pace from both sides. As now, of course, the pressure is on Lebanon Valley as its team trailing. They've got to try and put something together on offense, but knowing this team, it will only be a matter of time before that opportunity presents itself.
Is controlled, though, by Zoni. Very awkward position to be in, but still making it look stylish with that 360. I like that. Style points don't affect the scoreboard, but they can throw your defense, your opponents into a doozy. That's for sure. Infield pass is going to put, I think, their opponents through a cyclone, a blender. I don't know. Their head's in a spin cycle right now. That passing combination is pristine.
Samus to Frenchie. The combination that has worked so well for Lebanon Valley throughout this series comes through yet again to tie things up. We have 4 goals in 2 minutes so far, and Howard was very quickly threatening for a 5th, but the defense for Lebanon Valley comes through.
Does indeed. Tied up now. And is it the defense to Howard to pull through? Yes, in that moment, it was Zoni again and again being the, well, just the enemy of Lebanon Valley right now, creating so many chances for Howard. And Zoni again, great first touch there to set up a pass for a shot. Unfortunately, though, there for Zoni, shot not on target.
Not quite, as we're about to reach the halfway point in this Game 5. Series point and championship point hangs in the balance as both teams currently tied up 2-2. Howard CC currently with possession, trying to control the ball, but Faithful says, I'll take that, thank you very much. Get it to the other side, a beautiful angle. And no one from Howard was ready for that attack. And again, these counters from both these teams catching the defenses off guard. So good. Nooble just could not get back in time.
Yeah, I feel like catching them off guard is perfect way to describe it right there, because you could call that out as a defensive mistake for Howard, but really it's them trying to rush to the ball, and it's so difficult in that position to have to get back in time for the perfect touch. Even if you clear it, you could be clearing it into a position for Lebanon Valley for another player to just drill it to the back of the net. So very difficult positions that Lebanon Valley is putting Howard in, especially when Faithful wants to match up for another goal, this time in double tap fashion.
Beautifully done from Faithful. That angle was incredible, even if that couldn't go in. I believe that was Frenchie ready for the follow-up as well. Just plan A, plan B for Lebanon Valley to get that goal into the net, and a 2-goal lead with 2 minutes left on the clock is absolutely massive. All of a sudden, we have swung once again with all of the pressure onto Howard CC. Can they get themselves out of a 2-goal deficit with 100 seconds left on the clock? So far this game, they have struggled in these kinds of situations, but if they're going to turn it around, now's the time.
Most certainly is. And do you rest your faith in a player like Zoni, who's had the 2 incredible goals, or do you try and get everyone involved? Right now, that's going to be the move on this possession. Ball set on the goal line, but an extra touch not found. 50-50 lands just near the left post. Won't find its way through the uprights. Another barreling shot finds its way to the wayside. Arrow, though, catching a demolition on his avenue out. A second demo could clear the lane, but the third defender gets a quick challenge on the ball. Lebanon Valley very smart in their defensive approach, even through resiliency.
And this is what we saw just like in a couple games ago. That was 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots from Howard. But the Lebanon Valley defense holds strong and keeps it out of the goal. A beautiful job from this defense and takes away a fantastic opportunity from the Dragons exactly when they need to. 40 seconds left on the clock, 2 goals now down. Howard CC has got to come up with something huge very soon, or else they'll be giving up championship points to LVC.
They've given themselves chances, but can they put the shots away? Another one rains above the crossbar in the follow. Just not well positioned to put the ball through. Another attempted clear finds the ball its way across the half-court line. An Arrow can certainly work off of this demolition as the ball rains high. A good clear, though. Lebanon Valley keeping this ball away from dangerous territory. It comes up the side wall. Howard CC running out of boost, running out of time. They've got nothing left to bring it back in game number 5. Lebanon Valley going to earn this very well. A match point in the championship of the Challengers Northeast NECC.
Oh, come on, just touch the ground. You ended that game so well, but they just want to play volleyball with this one. Just don't let it touch the ground. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. Even if Howard...
Keep it up at this point. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, let's just see how long they can... I think this is like... I think they're just working together at this point. Okay, well, Arrow actually scores off of that. Now all of a sudden, I mean, there's going to be a kickoff off of this, right? So there's a potential... I mean... It's not impossible.
No, well, luckily the game, yeah, we got a winner. That would be very interesting if we had another chance there, but...
I thought for sure there was going to be an extra kickoff. What? Give them a shot, game. Why not?
Yeah, come on. They earned the extra goal. Come on, give us a kickoff. But hey, we will get another kickoff because there's a game 6 still to be had dividing. What an effort, though, from Lebanon Valley. I mean, in the game before, they had scored a couple to take the lead. Now in this one, they've got 4 goals in a game. It seems to be on the front of Howard CC to try and tie up the loose ends defensively before they think about, racking up more and more points each game.
Unfortunately, for the Howard CC Dragons, it just feels like they have both been giving up more opportunities to Lebanon Valley, and they have not done quite as good of a job of taking advantage of the opportunities that Lebanon has given them. We have seen multiple possessions from this team that has had multiple shots on goal, but none of them end up scoring, and this is kind of what I've seen from this team. They're able to put together pretty potent offensive drives, but whether it be from solid defense from Lebanon Valley or Howard's shots just being a little bit off target, they've had trouble finishing the job. And now with their backs against the wall, they've got to figure things out, or unfortunately, the number 2 seed will finish in 2nd place.
That's right, which is about where the bar is set, but I'm sure their expectations take them to the victory, take them to snagging that gold trophy. So it's on them to not only close out those chances, you said, Divided, but now finally close out this season, this postseason, this playoffs. It is up to now to finish the job, and I think it's right now, Dividing, that we'll see our first goal. It is Samus and Faithful on the combination play.
What a nice redirection. Everyone on Howard was ready for the corner shot, but nope, Samus comes in at the last second, just weaves it through all of the Howard CC defenders. And yeah, that is an early goal, early lead for Lebanon Valley. Again, this team is on championship point, so starting with the goal advantage is massive.
So random, but I'm wondering if Zoni has been in that Fennec. I don't know if they have. Car change could suit teams better. Sometimes they like to change their preset, change their car, change their color. Let's see if Zoni is able to pop off with not just how he had 2 goals of 2 for Howard last time, but maybe even more this time. Dividing, if we know one thing, it is that Howard at this point already need 2 goals to win this one, at least.
Yep, they've got to take the opportunities that Lebanon Valley is going to give to them. They need to finish these offensive drives that they have been doing a pretty good job of putting together, but they've got to figure it out in the next 3 minutes and 43 seconds as Samus is going to put a second goal in the net. What a crazy angle, by the way. There was just no chance that Zoni was getting to that one.
I'm right there with you, Dividing. That was ridiculous, because not only did he hit that angle, but it came from coming off the corner wall. It is very difficult to orient yourself for those kind of touches in that situation, but Samus is proving to us game after game that this player can do it all, whether it's shots like that or the crazy defensive saves that we've seen from Samus. It's been an exemplary effort. So, minute and a half already down in this game. Of course, Nooble wants to control this and get some kind of chance working finally for Howard. We're seeing these connections being missed time and time again off the backboard. Almost a double tap from Zoni, but it gets loose from them once again. Zoni's still with boost. Hold on, air dribble to the backboard. It's cleared well by Frenchie.
Yes, nicely done. The Lebanon Valley defense has been solid so far in this game 6, and at this point, in this kind of situation, that is all you can ask for. Lebanon Valley just watching those seconds tick away, and Howard as well. Every second gone is another potential missed opportunity for them. They've got to get themselves back into this one very quickly as we are reaching the halfway point in this potentially decisive game 6.
Yeah, it's feeling more and more decisive as the seconds go by here. Another clear here, though, for Lebanon Valley. Zoni, I think, has really tried to spearhead this offensive effort from Howard CC again and again, whether it's passes like that to the infield or long air dribbles up towards the ceiling and off the backboard. He's trying to activate this offense of Howard, and he's going to do it again off the corner here. That pop, though, not connecting. It's a back pass. 1-2-3 combination almost for Howard CC in the corner, but they just can't find the chance that they really need right now.
Yeah, and it's cleared away once again. Howard CC resetting their boost, resetting their positioning, going in once again with under 2 minutes left on the clock. It is now or never for the Dragons. It bounces off the back. Here's the shot, and Nooble puts it in. That is a huge goal there from both sides. A nice redirect. Nooble was in the right place at the right time right there, and the shot was on target. That was massive for the Dragons to get back into this game.
And honestly, that's exactly what Zoni's been asking for all game long. It was Zoni off the wall. It was Zoni off the ceiling. It was Zoni taking on 2 defenders to tee up that pass over to Nooble. All Zoni needed was to have Nooble in position to put away the shot. And finally, that's what they needed. The struggle now for Howard is they've got to do it again. And if it takes a monumental effort like that from Lebanon for Howard to score on the staunch defense of Lebanon Valley, it's going to be difficult to put away another with just minute 15 remaining. Nooble can't get past that last defender.
Yep, 50-50 goes the way of Lebanon that time around as we are reaching the 1 minute warning, and Lebanon can taste that victory trophy. They just have to hold strong for 1 more minute. This minute is going to feel like hours for this team as they try and hold strong against what is sure to be a merciless Howard CC attack.
And that's if they can get on the attack right now. Zoni trying to control this ball. Great 50-50, but he has to deal with more from Lebanon Valley, who is now removing players from the Howard CC roster. So difficult to recover from a situation like that, but they're trying their best. Arrow finds himself in front of the ball. Still dribbling this one. Zoni trailing right behind. Wants to take it, launch it, do whatever they can to score this ball, or this finals is put away. Howard CC need one last attack.
One last attack. Here's the last potential opportunity for the Dragons. The save is there from Frenchie, and the clear is final. It's looking like the Dragons breathe their last little bit of fire unless this last rally goes in.
Oh my gosh, off the backboard. Hold on, it's Zoni, exactly the player you want on this ball. Another tee up keeps this ball alive, and Zoni is tracking this down off the wall. Arrow's there, off the backboard again. Is there a final shot taker? No, Arrow just wants to keep this ball alive. Ball goes towards the goal line, but you see it as well as I. Lebanon Valley have created a wall of defense at the goal line to not allow that shot to go in. Dividing. I don't know if it comes closer than that, but folks,
There was a chance.
There was. But we have officially crowned our champion, our winner of the Challengers Northeast for the finals of NECC Lebanon Valley LVC. Congratulations.
Yeah, and again, coming in as a number 4 seed, they did not look it in this game throughout this entire match. It really did seem like they were just a little more put together than Howard right off the bat when it came to that pass play back and forth. I could tell that this team had a lot of synergy. They worked together extremely well throughout, both on offense and on defense. Very rarely did they give up big opportunities for Howard, and even when they gave them small opportunities, they were able to just barely bat them away more often than not. Lebanon Valley are definitely the worthy winners, but I do, of course, want to give a shout out to Howard Dragons for giving us a fantastic game.
And giving us a storied past that continues now as well, right? Dividing. I mean,
that is 3 straight wins for Lebanon Valley against Howard in the postseason. That is a demon that at some point the Dragons are going to have to face.
Yeah, I think the Dragons of Howard were happy to have the opportunity again, but as you said, yeah, Lebanon Valley, the judgment rules once again in their favor. So congratulations to their team. That does, folks, do it for us on the finals day, the finals night of NECC. My name is Ben Pyro J. Beside me, the lovely Dividing. And behind the scenes, we've had Gitago and Grissom as well. To bring you the action of NECC, we really hope you enjoyed the entertainment and the matches. Thank you to the players, the coaches, the managers, everyone involved in these collegiate teams to bring us the wonderful action that is this Rocket League competition of NECC. So folks, with that, we bid you adieu. Thanks for joining, and we'll see you next time.